close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the China Open, as now we are going to be rounding off the first round of the matches, as it is now Zhao Xington up against Zhang as one of the two final matches of the 1/16 of the final, and then we are going to be very much through to the round two with a couple of very exciting matchups as we see another top seed to be crushing out there with John Higgins, despite not necessarily saying that, it was throughout the entire match, but Bingham certainly had his very tough moments there when it comes down to the luck, but, ultimately was, I think for me, playing a little bit better. I think both players, had a little bit in them, but I still think that it was very much down to Bingham to be the better player on the day. Now, we are going to have to wait and see on what's going to happen. It is Stuart Bingham up against Hussein Mafei. It is Mark Selby against Karen Wilson, after both of them been able to get themselves through the matches against Pang Jung-soo and Aaron Hill. And if match for Selby was a lot more confident, then for Wilson, it was very much a struggle in a decider. And then, of course, we are going to have Ronnie O'Sullivan up against Nopon Sengham after the second player from Thailand was able to defeat Judd Trump in the first round. Sean Murphy up against Xiao Guodong, after both of them have been able to win against Anthony McGill and Matthew Selt. And then, of course, Weezer up against David Gilbert, after it could have been Weezer against Ding Zhuyi, but the Angry Farmer had something else to say about it. And, of course, Weezer himself was able to come through a decider against Yao Peng Cheng. So, plenty of surprises. We are going to have Chris Wakelin up against Tom Ford on the table number 2. And, of course, the winner of the match of Tom Ford against Chris Wakelin will actually play the winner of Zhao Xington against Zhang Anda. Little bit of history in between the two of them. Played 3 times last season, once at the World Grand Prix, once at the UK Championship, both at the World Grand Prix and at the UK Championship. It was quite an interesting match about that, but you have to say, on one of the occasions, it was very much down to Zhang Anda to be the winner at the UK. And then, of course, at the World Grand Prix, that was in the final. Zhao Xington was able to win that match in a very interesting fashion as well, because he has found himself to be behind throughout the majority of it, although it was down to a couple of frames or so. But still, Zhao was able to win that match by 10 frames to 7. As you can see, world number ranking, it is going to be the world number 3 up against the world number 19. Average shot time, massive difference out there. 19.5 seconds for Zhao, 25.3 for Zhang Anda. And when it comes down to scoring, 203 breaks of 50 plus there for Zhao Xington, 155 for Zhang Anda. When it comes down to centuries of last season, 81 for Zhao Xington, 44 for Zhang Anda. 2 maximums for Zhang, and only one of them for Zhao Xington as well at the Championship League, whilst, Zhang has managed to make a couple in the previous season. So then, it will be very much down to him to try and be the man to put all the pressure on the highest seed here. And after we've lost out on potential of the world number 1 there to be changed, of Judd Trump to be eliminated by Nopon Sengham, and now it is going to be very much down to Neil Robertson and especially Zhao Xington to try and get some good ranking points on the board, because of course Robertson still has to defend a couple of the ranking points from the Xi'an Grand Prix that he had from 2 years ago. Zhao Xington wasn't playing that tournament, therefore he doesn't lose any of the ranking points, which are going to be defended a little bit later on in the season, which means whatever he's going to be able to get at the China Open, he will get added automatically to his account, and therefore he could still be very much the world number 1 of himself after the Wuhan Open campaign has finished. So then, just waiting for the players to get introduced onto the other table. As I say, Tom Ford up against Chris Wakelin. It is very much a Chinese derby and the English derby as well, where we will certainly get, a player from China versus a player from England in the next round. But the question is, who's he going to be? Is Wakelin going to be able to continue his brilliant form when it comes down to the lower ranking players, or is it going to be very much down to Tom Ford to serve us another upset after being very much the player to knock out Zhao Xington at the previous season of the German Masters? And then, of course, when it comes down to Zhang, he was very much the underdog in every single matches that we've seen, 2 of them actually, that we've seen them play against each other last season. But I think ultimately, he was down to an opportunity which was there for Zhao Xington at the UK Championship. He was just not able to take it. And it was probably one of the last matches where we haven't really seen Zhao Xington completely up to the tempo and the speed. And as soon as we got into the 2026, it was very much the resurrection day, if you want to say, of Zhao Xington. And He was able to win 3 tournaments, get himself through to a couple of semi-finals, as if it was in the actual Masters Triple Crown. And then, of course, still was able to get a decent campaign at the World Championship before eventually losing out to the finalist of... is he not going to show us the live stream? No, absolutely not. And if you want to look for one on YouTube, good luck. You won't find one, but you can try. As now we get Tom Ford to be introduced onto the second table as well. So we'll have to wait and see on what's going to happen. And this time of asking then, Chris Wakeland still about to make his way to the other end of the table. And then it will be down to Zhang and Zhao Xington to make their way towards the table number 1, which is going to be very interesting, I would say, because you never quite know what to expect there, as I said, with Zhao Xington. I mean, I said 6-3 for Zhao, but in hindsight, it is, sitting on the face a little bit, because you feel like if Zhao doesn't play well, I think you'll be very good of him to get a 6-3 win. Therefore, if he's not going to be able to... Zhang is extremely accurate in potting. I think Zhang is incredibly consistent when it comes down to his overall performance. Whether he's going to be able to put himself in that window, whether he's going to be better than just consistent and not just be on the front foot, but able to take his chances. He needs to basically play his best game to have a chance against Zhao Xington, because for now, you say if he's going to play average and have an average performance, then you would expect Zhao Xington to be better than that. And therefore, he just needs to be very good when it comes down to the potting angle, which, the tables have been pretty generous with that so far in the China Open. And then I think his positional play has to be on top as well. Because I think if he runs himself out of position, he could well struggle to, have another chance in that frame. But I think once again, it's going to be very interesting to see the way that this match is going to develop, because we could see Zhao Xington to have another one of those matches like he had against Robertson, where he left him absolutely no chance and, completely destroyed him and outplayed him in pretty much every single one of the departments. Or we could see an alternative where Zhang is going to be very much the player to try and take his game to the next level and therefore put a little bit of pressure on the world champion from 2025. Now then, once again, Zhao Xington, the world number 3, as I say, age 29, and managed to turn pro 10 years ago. So they had a match at the Australian Open as well, 11 years ago, and Zhang was able to win that one by 5 frames to 3, but that of course was down 11 years down the road. So now it is Zhao Xington that makes his way towards the main table. Haven't really seemed to be playing at the table number 2 for a long part of the season, but now, of course, we'll see if he's going to be able to get himself through to the second round and have a match against Tom Ford or Chris Wakeland. The potting angle is the ball shadow right in the middle. Well, I think with the pockets, very quickly on them, I think they have been way too forgiving. And I think, therefore, that's the reason why we're seeing so many top seeds to be eliminated, basically, because I think, you're not really going to see so many of the, top players to be knocked out. And I think it explains the 607 points without answer from Murphy, although it's a little bit unfair to say that's all down to it, but I still think, if you were playing in something like Leicester, I think the pockets would have been tighter, and therefore, there would have been a lot less of a chance for Murphy to be able to get himself through towards that chance. Now then, we got a break-off shot here as we get the match underway, and it will be Zhang to get us started here. So then, very interesting to see those type of matches, and both the World Grand Prix, and especially if you come down to the World Grand Prix, I think the UK Championship match in between the two of them was interesting to be watching, but at the same time, I also think it was very much down to a very one-sided match. And even though the World Grand Prix was a little bit one-sided as well, we're still seeing some really good snooker there to be played from Zhao Xington's point of view. And Zhang was just unable to keep up with the pace there, but played a brilliant shot here. That's the break-off. Got Zhao Xington to be thinking about the way that he wants to try and approach the safety here. Whether he wants to try and make it a little bit of a contact with the red on the right-hand side there. Plenty of spin on the cue ball. And I think he's going to be pretty lucky there to catch the brown pretty much sideways there. Probably get cover on the ready to the left corner as well. And now Zhang is going to have the chance and the opportunity to go for the ready to the left corner. I think he can see past the blue there. So I think that red is going to be very much available to him. But of course the bottom line is Is he going to be able to pot the red? Doesn't really have to worry about the position too much, as long as he doesn't lose the cue ball in between those reds, because, you know, that contact with the brown that Zhao Xington had very much put the brown to be over the pocket. But ideally, of course, would still like to get on the colour, which is going to be a little bit closer. But for now, it's going to be a red, which is going to be missed out on as an opportunity. So then, what can Zhao Xington try and achieve here then for himself? I think he's going to have a look at the red in towards the left middle, but at the same time, I think he'll be very much down to an opportunity for him to be looking at that red, trying to cut that one into the left middle. Probably is going to be very meaningless in relation to getting the good position on the colour, as he now just tries to play a very careful safety shot, but in the end, trying to get around the brown didn't really work out, but he still hasn't left any opportunities away for Zhao Xington. And yeah, I mean, Zhang, of course, now is going to have a chance to play a careful shot into the right side cushion of the red above them all. And just playing a very careful shot on the cue ball's point of view as well. Probably trying to get into that zone of the cue ball to be quite close towards the brown. Gets very lucky there of the shot that he played into the black of the red. And straight away, he gets himself a point on the board. But the question is, how many more points is he going to be able to score in the break? For now, he's certainly got the brown here available. Everybody, hello, Letitia. And yeah, now, there's a chance, but the question is, of course, how far are you going to be able to get that cue ball when it comes down to its position at the table? And he could see enough of the angle there. He played the cue ball basically on towards the blue. Got a little bit fortunate there as well, but you felt like if he would have missed the blue, he probably would not have compromised it massively at all. So then, a chance to be playing a shot at the reds in towards the left corner, and therefore, put yourself in that window of trying to get the pink into available play as well. I don't think that's going to be something that he's trying to do right now. I think he is going to try and go for a shot at the blue, as he now carefully takes that one away. And now a shot at the blue is going to be very much available to him to try and take it in towards the left middle. I feel like with Zhang here, he needs to probably just stay on the case here for as long as he can there. And that, of course, by that I mean just trying to be able to score those loose reds one after one. And then after we've sort of gone through that grainy phase for him, then he should be able to just try and get himself a nice little positional shot on the blue. And at that point onwards, he should be able to get himself through an opportunity to be lined up with a massive angle on the blue. I think that's probably going to be the best way for him to try and achieve some positive results when it comes down to spreading the reds away from each other. But because that's going to be very much down the road. For now, he may actually be looking at trying to re-establish the pink. Will this match last until midnight? Don't think so. Well, I think that's, you know, I think we've seen, as I say, the UK Championship match was quite long, but I think it was down to neither of the players playing well. As Zhang then takes a bit of a risky route, playing the cue ball so close towards the red, could have easily been hampered by another one. And when I say hampered, of course, not seeing enough of it for the cut to be available, but in the end seems to have played that shot quite well. And now he's going to have an opportunity to just carefully take that red away, make sure he doesn't have an unnecessary contact on the red, although he may actually regret that now. It depends on what the situation is with the actual red that he's going to be looking for, as he's now still thinking about the position on the ping that he can go for that one now, but the question is, you know, he clearly doesn't have any angle from what you can see, which, you know, clearly was playing for the backspin shot there on the cue ball, but he may have had a second look at it and thought, well, the red that I thought is playable is actually not going to be the one available to me, so he had to try and take it into the bunch, but doesn't seem like he got anywhere with that, as he's now going to be having 25 points on the board. But yeah, very quickly on midnight, I think, I don't think it is going to be another Karen Wilson against Aaron Hill, if that's what you mean out there, but I think he will still be very much down to a chance for whoever gets that, you know, first opportunity of getting themselves into that form. I think that's probably going to answer the question. I think if Zhang Anda gets himself a couple of frames as an advantage, I think he will be difficult, but I think it's possible for Zhao to come back. I think he's probably one of the, I'm not going to say the worst, but probably one of the players that doesn't really come across as a player that you would expect to come back. But he's done that at the World Grand Prix when he was still very much out of form, losing left, right and centre. Just lost to Tom Ford in the German Masters previously, and then was able to come back with being 5-2 down, or 4-2 down, or 4-1 down against Wakelin and Selby. And really good match for him to set up that semi-final clash with Zhao Gudon, and at the end, being able to beat Zhang in the final, probably playing his first real showdown of the form there that got him into that World Championship seat. Now then, Zhang not necessarily playing the previous safety to his best. So let's see if Zhao Xington is going to go for the red in towards the right corner, and he missed it by much there. So I'm not even sure if he was actually attempting to try and pot the red because of how good of a positional shot he's played in relation to the cue ball on towards the black ball cushion. The red nowhere to be seen in relation to the jewels of the pocket, but ultimately seemed to have got that one into a nice little position at the top edge of the table there. So they're maybe just focusing on the cue ball a little bit too much there and taking the eye of the potting angle. For now, Zhang is now taking a bit of a risky route himself and nearly allowing Zhao to have an easy introduction into the frame. Probably one of the last things that you want to allow to Zhao Xington there, with a double kiss of the reds and the cue ball. But on this time of asking, it will be all down to a double, which Zhao can go for. So let's see if that's going to be very much down to him to try and achieve it. For now, it's a decent safety. Once again, trying to get the blue into the open play and getting in the way of the actual red to be taken in towards the left corner, which I think he's managed to do a pretty good job of. I think the green covering the right-hand side certainly doesn't really help the case for Zhang. So I think from this angle, you may have to play a safety off that red next to the blue from the left side of it, and then just get the cue ball to be very close towards the black ball cushion. So a bit of a passive shot there if you like, but, alternative being playing a shot to the side cushion, which, I mean, he's probably going to have to play this one off two cushions, which is not great news for him, because there's always going to be a chance of leaving one of those reds away. And at the end, he hasn't done so, apparently. And then there will be down to Zhao Xington. But he's still going to have all the momentum here, which still puts it down to a question of whether it was a good attempt for him, or it was just down to, he wasn't really going to fancy his chances of trying to play that careful red away from the blue, which he still felt like he would have got the cue ball somewhat close to it. As now Zhao goes for a double attempt onto the left middle, and look at that for a shot. That was brilliant there from the world champion. And now it looked like the other red might be in the way, but he certainly thought nothing of it. And now he's got a brilliant chance to get on the pink, which he has done after that great double that he's played. And now potentially leaving himself with the chance of playing a shot on the pink in towards the left corner, which, whilst they were showing the replay, he's already managed to do that, get the cue ball into the reds, and now put himself right back in that window of still being very much in the mix for this particular frame. Looking to try and take the red away now in towards the left middle, which he felt like he could have probably been a little bit closer to it, but at the end of it, still using that front jaw very nicely when it comes down to a red being basically on the blue ball line, which makes you very much allowed to be using the front jaw without risking it too much. Now then, 17 points behind. He's got the brown to get the cue ball back down the table. And then at that stage, you feel like he's going to have a brilliant opportunity to try and take this one away there from Zhang Anda very soon. But yeah, very interesting way for this first frame to unfold, because you felt like that was absolutely coming from nowhere there from Zhao Xington. Although, I mean, you never see him take so much time on those type of circumstances, and you can see why. So he's probably going to be, only seeing the blue there as the only colour out of the four that he can go for right now. I felt like he might be able to go for the brown, which is something that he wants to go for as well, but clearly the camera suggests that it's going to be very tight there for the brown to actually make its way into the pocket, but he has done. Now, he gets himself a ticket back down to the lower end of the table. The question is, which one of the reds is he going to have to play for? Is he going to be the easy red? Is he going to be the more difficult one? Or is he going to be the one in the middle? It is going to be the one in the middle. Play the shot well. How about the cue ball positioning for the pink? It's going to be even better. And now, if the previous shot on the brown was good, that red has certainly managed to cement him. And is back down for the prime position there of Zhao Xington, being 12 points behind. Make that 6. as he takes the first pink away and straight away asking, I thought he asked the cue ball to be cleaned there by the referee, but the ref just very briefly checking if the pink can go onto its own spot there, which is not something that Zhao is going to be looking for, you have to say, because not having the blue, not having the black, and then not having the pink there would probably, put it all down to the ball colours for him to try and resume the break. But it's not like he's got the chance to stay on the pink right now, with it going back towards the black ball spot, which is great news for him in the grand scheme of things. But for this particular shot, he's still going to have to take this one towards the ball colours. So he played the shot well, but of course, he doesn't really want to be having a roller coaster of a performance like this, because every single time, he's getting that cue ball away from the Reds. It's not like he's got 6 Reds all waiting for him to be potted there. They are in a decent position, but they still need a lot of work to do for them to be pottable. Now then he gets another brown in, so just 1 point in it. Probably trying to get the cue ball off the right side rail on towards the pink, as he now very wisely trying to use the pocket to bring the cue ball back towards the pink. Now then, 25 points each. And this should be the red, which, it's not really going to be the game changer that Zhao is going to be looking for, but he's placed the pink really nicely again. But yeah, he's got a very simple shot on the red right now. And then you feel like he might have an easy route back for the pink once again, and then depending on what he wants to do, he didn't really have the angle on the previous shot of the red, so that he was able to disturb the cluster of the 3 of them. Now once again having a bit of a nervous look to see if there will be a chance for one of those reds to get potted. Now then the pink to be taken in towards the left part of the table. But look at that, once again the IQ of Zhao Xingtong is never a thing that you must underestimate. Just using one of the reds as a handbrake for the cue ball for him to be lined up perfectly well on another red, which of course would free up the pink spot, but at the same time, the 2 reds that were making that pink not to be pottable are now out of the way there. So brilliant thinking there from Zhao Xingtong. And also I think the red of the top red of the 3 reds of the cluster might actually go into the left corner. Whether he did or not, we'll never know, but Zhao Xingtong didn't really play this shot about as well as he did on the previous occasion. As now the referee gonna finally respot the pink back into its own spot there. So there's a chance here for the red to be taken into the left middle or into the yellow pocket. He's gonna go for a shot into the left middle, getting the cue ball away from the red and just dropping that one very carefully indeed. Once again, absolutely textbook stuff there from Zhao Xingtong, because every single time he finds himself in a little bit of trouble, I feel like that's going to be the chance for Zhang, but, he just manages to go from the 3rd gear onto the 4th. Underplayed slightly here, but shouldn't be anything concerning. Although it's a little bit weird, because he had the perfect angle on the brown, as he does make it the first break of 50 plus there for himself. Now then, looking to play a shot of the red into the right corner. Get that cue ball to be... Oh, that's a weird mistake. Doesn't really want to put the black into the open plane there. Well, I said it was a minor mistake and it shouldn't be anything concerning. But at the same time, he was very much down to something that clearly was good enough to put Zhao Xingtong off there a little bit. And at the same time, it is just a break of 50 points. And, he was getting himself back onto the straightforward finish to the position. But it seemed like something's gone wrong. And Zhang Ande is still not going to have this work as easy for him as Zhao would have had, but it doesn't really seem like there's going to be too many struggles for him. The first shot is going to be important to get a good position on the black there, you feel, as he was nowhere near to be playing for the actual pink or let alone the blue or the ball colour. So here, probably all comes down to a shot on the red, which is going to be on the black ball cushion there, probably the only way where he can be a bit of a problem there for Zhang. For now, needing to play a really good positional shot on this particular red, which he has done, for on the black to be closer from the pocket there. So that was a little bit of a luxury that he was able to get to himself. So now, he can play the cue ball into the reds, trying to get that one away from the cushion, but I feel like he's probably going to go for the other way. Just needs to be straight, or ideally top side of a blue, which he is, of the black, which he is going to be. So then, seems like he's put himself right in that window of trying to win the frame. Just doesn't want to be seeing the cue ball to be too close or too far away from the blackboard cushion, and it seems like he played that shot about as well as he could have. So once again, showing great awareness there. Straight away, checking to see if the green is going to be available past the blue, which I don't think it will be, because otherwise Zhao Xingtong would have taken it earlier in the frame. So then, it's a shot on the reds, and yeah, he's going to carefully play that one along the cushion. Get that one in, and it's a break of 17 points here for Zhang Anda. So it's all down to a really good positional shot on towards the yellow, which would allow him to be the right side of the yellow as well, so that he can maneuver his way and onto the green. Whether he's going to be able to achieve that or not, probably will need just one side cushion. Well, he is going to be a little bit wide there on the yellow, but doesn't want to be too wide and too tight there at the same time. Because, I mean, the angle was there, but it has made his life a little bit difficult. A little bit more difficult than he should have been. As he's still looking to try and get a break of 51 points for the total clearance. He won't need all of the reds, all of the colours I should say, but he certainly will need the pink, unless he is going to settle for a respot, because of course if he scores 14 points with the bold colours on the blue, then he's going to be 13 points clear with 13 on the table. But I think at this position, and a golden chance to be given to him, you know, of course you are going to be looking to try and pop the pink, but ultimately I think you are going to be looking to try and get yourself out of the mess there that he seems to have created for himself. I mean, it's a simple shot there. Single, I should say, not a simple one, but it's one shot which could make it right or could make it very wrong for him. And it's in between. I wouldn't say he's made life a lot easier for him because, you know, yes, he got the yellow in. Yes, he's on the green, but he's a little bit too straight. He's a little bit too close to the side cushion. And, I mean, the way for him to get on the brown is probably going to be by playing the shot top side there. The brown will go into the green pocket there. We've seen that from Zhao Xingtong's experience earlier in the frame already. So he's got 4 pockets available of 2 middles, the yellow and the green pocket as well. But he's just trying to get up that cue ball without compromising the position too much there. And he has compromised the position well. He's just inside that window of seeing the brown to be available. The cue ball just about travelled enough there for the brown to be available. And as he has double checked there to see that nothing has changed, the brown is still going to be possible, which of course it will be. So then let's see. The blue is closer to the pocket than usual, but he will need the pink to go with it as well. Oh, he was forcing it. There was no reason to be doing that. And he's going to get away with it, it would seem. Yeah, he was forcing that brown for no reason. He should have dropped that one in. He was trying to powerhouse it through, which means he wasn't confident with himself that the brown would get past the blue. But, well, I mean, he should have known that Zhao Xingtong is taking that brown past the blue with a rare shot, which puts you down to a lot more pressure because you've got less control. It's a bit of a weird shot from Zhao here. He needs that cue ball to keep on running towards the right-hand side of the table, because if for me, he got way too close for the brown to the right corner pocket. But, I mean, the blue is now out of position, and both of the players will need the blue and the pink as well. So let's see if Zhang going to try and pot the brown. He did. He didn't manage to do that. And is the cue ball going to go all the way? Is that going to be a free ball now? I think he will be. It's not going to be a massive factor here, because you're not allowed to roll the cue ball in behind the blue. But it could still be, well, a massive twist. 54 points each, by the way, on the first frame. Massive drama there. I mean, let's see if Zhao Xingtong and the referee going to agree on that. Is it going to be a free ball? Well, I think it should be. And I think it will be as well. I think Zhao surely has to just try and take the blue into the open play there and make sure he gets the cue ball somewhere near. Yeah, it is going to be a free ball, no surprise there. Somewhere near the spine of the cue ball. And the blue looks good. The cue ball doesn't look bad either. It's a really nice shot there from Zhao Xingtong. And Zhang has gone from being in full control down to a bit of an abysmal couple of shots that he's played. And, well, at the same time, it will be all down to an opportunity here for Zhang to try and get himself out of trouble. So, let's see what's going to happen here. I mean, surely he's not trying to swerve around it. Well, he is. Wow, that's a brilliant shot. That is an absolutely outstanding shot there. And he may have actually got the snooker back, but he will deserve it if he has. I don't think that's going to be the case. So then, the battle for the brown, the blue and the black are out of position, but they're going to be placed even better than they would have been given their normal starting position at the start of the frame there. So, 54 points each, 22 to play for, and a brilliant opportunity now for either one of the players to get a very important frame on the board. Zhao is still looking to try and exploit a snooker situation, which I think he got close to it, but I think I tell you what, if he didn't get too close, he might have left the brown in, you know. And if he's left the brown, that's a horrible mistake for him. But yeah, that pace probably tells you that that wasn't the case, but it's a really good shot there. And the response from Zhang, because even though he couldn't get through to the brown to try and pot it, he certainly was able to put Zhao under a lot of pressure now, right in behind the black, and having the pocket right in the way of the cue ball as well. I mean, very difficult to judge the contact point to the left side cushion, but, well, there is going to be a chance for him, but at the same time, is he going to have to force himself to play the shot off the cushion? Well, that was a little bit of a hidden hope, but I think it worked out brilliantly well there for Zhao, because he got a very thin contact on the brown, and by doing that, of course, it allowed the cue ball to sort of stay at the black ball cushion, but at the same time for the brown to be very much at the left side cushion out there. So still, no advantage for either one of the players. In fact, even though Zhang got an extra shot here, I'm not sure he's actually the one with the advantage because of how, I'm not going to say awkward, but what can he actually achieve here apart from, you know, just playing the cue ball very carefully on towards the side. Yeah, I don't think that was quite the case. And yeah, he just tried to carefully take that one towards the bowl cushion. And therefore he will be down to Zhao to play a transitional shot there, you would feel. Probably all down to the brown to be taking the shot in towards the corner. Whether that will be the case or not, we'll have to wait and see. But seems to have got his face full of concentration in there. Of course, knows can't afford to be leaving the brown on. I think it should be a straightforward enough shot there for him to put this one down to and pass the ping there. But he clearly felt like that wasn't on there for him. So he's left the double, but you know, remember, there's not really going to be any point in taking the brown on. But he clearly feels like he didn't really do a good job out there. So Zhang, he's going to fancy his chances of a double there. He feels not quite on this occasion. But is he going to fancy his chances of trying to play a really good snooker in behind the pink? Absolutely yes is the answer. Brilliant there for Zhang. And yet again, you know, Zhao was certainly finding himself in a position where he was having an extra shot there. But that was down to, seems like another lifetime for him, because he's had, you know, once where he was able to get away with playing a risky shot there. Let's see if he's going to be able to get away with this one. This one is an easier shot for him to hit the brown, but it's all down to where you're going to be able to leave that one on in comparison to the other colours at the table. And the answer is, yeah, as I say, I mean, that was pretty much impossible for you not to hit the brown, and he hit it just about well enough. Still hit it sideways, which sent the cue ball alongside the ball cushion on towards the green pocket there, but it also sent the brown to be going down the spine there, clashed with the pink and gone close to the left corner, but covered up by the black there. So, I mean, unless you want to go for a very expensive plant, which of course, anything but something that Zhang is going to be trying to achieve. Yeah, it's difficult to say what he can actually try here, but I mean, looking to try and get the cue ball in behind the black is always going to be a temptation, but this is exactly what I thought might happen. Losing control of the cue ball, and now you're leaving a long-range chance away to an expert like Zhao was never going to be on his weekly schedule, but at the same time, the black is going to be getting in the way slightly. So let's see what's going to happen now then. A shot on the brown should win you the frame, but a miss would allow your opponent to be with a great chance away. But Zhao doesn't have a word of a miss in his vocabulary for the remainder of this frame. That was a brilliant shot of the brown, and now he's put himself right back in the mix there to try and take this frame away. Still not ideally placed on the blue, but certainly a lot better than his position on the brown. Although what happened on the ping then, I mean, that is I'm not going to say that's a dreadful shot there, but I mean, I suppose he only needs the pink. He doesn't have to care about the black too much, but he still needs to get this one in. And we all remember what happened on the pink against Zhang in the UK Championship, but he's certainly not going to be something that will bother Zhao Xington because he's able to take that pink away. And after a really good break of just 15 points out there, he's able to put himself up a frame there on his compatriot. It was a very lengthy frame. It was a very important frame as well. But Zhao Xington is able to take that one away from Zhang Anda, and he's now going to be leading by 1-0. Few surprise results so far. Hilda didn't know that well. I mean, listen, it wasn't a great show. I think both of the players would know that, but I think a sign of a true champion is that when you don't play well and you still somehow, I don't know how, he was able to come away with a win in that particular match. Anyway, Tom Ford for now seems to be leading Chris Wakelin by 1-0, although it is Chris that is getting a great chance of getting himself a second frame on the board and trying to make it down to 1 frame each as he rolls the black in, and he's still going to get the position on the reds with very much a guarantee there. So, very interesting performance in the first frame. Let's see if hopefully the standards of play is going to be improving slightly, but ultimately can't say that it was boring to be watching. I think it was all down to some great play from the players, but at the same time, I think it was also down to a decent opportunity for someone like Zhang Anda to try and take a frame away from Xington. Whether he was able to do that, clearly not, but still a really good shot there from Wakelin as he now puts himself right in the mix of making it 1 frame each. 60 for Zhao. Well, we'll see, but I think Zhang has shown that he's going to be a real powerhouse when it comes down to the way that he plays the game. He didn't really... I think he got away with a couple of shots there. I think Zhao Xington didn't really have his luck because that's the very beginning, but he pressy-fired for a first frame. Yeah, and I think, surprised to me, that Zhao was able to win those type of frames because as much as I wouldn't say he's the one that loses them, but I wouldn't really associate it with someone that, you know, is able to dig really deep there. And I think the snooker gods would have been on the side of Zhang there because it was Zhao. Well, although, I mean, it depends which way you want to look at it. I mean, it was Zhao that was able to develop the position and take it from the level of crap to a level of really good. So I just think it's down to, you know, the way that you want to analyze it. But I think Zhao has done the work, and I think Zhang has only himself to blame there because even though Zhao made another mistake, but I mean, you could say for how many good shots he's played, he probably deserved that one error. And when it comes down to, you know, we all remember that the only thing that could have stopped Zhang from winning that frame was missing that brown. And for me, I don't know why he tried to go for that shot with power. We've seen Xington to go for the exact same brown. The position of the blue would not have changed in the remainder of the frame. So, yeah, it was just a weird way which showed in confidence. And, you know, at the same time, Zhao Xington was able to dig in deep, go for that brilliant long brown, and find himself to be in a position now of a frame of a lead. And as I say, even though Zhang is still going to be capable of just overturning a single frame deficit, but I think for how good of a front runner Zhao Xington is, I think it gets more and more difficult, although it gets easier and easier if you're going to be leaving... Well, I mean, I was just about to say leaving a red like that, but then I look at the position of the cue ball, and I'm not sure about it. I mean, he has left the red into the left middle for Zhang Anda to be taking on, but at the same time, can he actually take that red on there? Because it's right alongside the blue ball line, and I think there's your answer. He's going to have to go for something else. So this is where the cue ball position matters a lot more than the position of the other reds, because there's something that you can control a little bit more than the other thing, and I think that's going to be way too much power for Zhang, so he needs the green to come to his rescue. He will, but is there going to be a little bit too much of a bounce? That will also be the case. So, good line, not great on the power judgment, and I think Zhao should be able to pick out a red there, which he was very much the player to leave on the break-off shot, and never seen that happen to me. Absolutely never, because you feel like when you break off and you leave a chance away to your opponent, and Zhao Xington there, afraid to move because he feels like he'll take the cube onto the wrong side of a blue, which it seemed like he has done. But, I mean, what are the chances of you leaving a red into the middle, the player not even attempting to play that shot, and then with the same shot that he's played, all of a sudden, you've been left with that same red available to yourself, which, I mean, is an absolute miracle for Zhao, but he's certainly a miracle that he'll take. And now then a chance here, as I say. I mean, it's not a bad position by any stretch of imagination. He just needs to try and get himself through towards the black ball cushion and onto the black ball spot there, which he has done. The next mission is going to be to try and sort out the position of the reds, which is going to be quite a challenge there for him because they've got two of those reds to be quite an awkward position there, so he probably needs to try and play in behind of one of them, which is what he's done. But he's still going to have to get rid of the second one as well. But yeah, 14 points is the lead here for Zhao, but this is what I mean. The previous frame, ending with a different result, you could easily see Zhang getting probably a little bit more luck on the cue ball and then going for that red into the middle and being the player that would actually get himself as the first player to get the chance. And, you know, once again, all down to fine margins, but Zhang ain't going to care about that one too much. What he is going to care about is that he's now on the black. He needs the perfect positional shot to be way higher than usual on that red to make sure that the black is not going to be interfering with it. I don't think he's going to send it into the bunch of reds, which he has done. Felt like that was a little bit stupid, but I mean, that may be harsh, but I don't know why he would do that because he didn't achieve anything nice and he could have easily got himself blocked off there from that red, which is the only chance for him to continue the break there, but clearly done it for a reason. And this is a really good shot there, even though he got the black to be way further than he would have liked. The fact that he's still on the black there, yes, he would need to take the cube on a lone journey, and yes, he probably would fail, but I mean, that was always a struggle. And that's why I was a little bit surprised why he was taking that cue ball into the reds on the previous shot there, because I feel like I did say he needs to be way higher than usual, but not that high. He needed to play that shot without touching the reds there to me. Then, the angle would have been lower. Therefore, for me, he would have had the chance to either play around the black or just miss it completely and just be on the left side of it. So, there's still a chance for him to try and make something happen, but of course the alternative being the cue ball is going to find his way all the way towards the green pocket, and as soon as you take control out of the picture, this is something that might happen to you. So then 23 points of a lead is going to be turning into 16 points of a lead instead of 30 for Zhao to have 7 points lost there. For Zhang, 7 points gained. Zhang, I feel not too confident to take shots that are more than 50% risky. Yes, he is someone that I would say, if he was a lot better of a player, maybe harsh again, but I think he would be called a professor because he genuinely comes away as a guy that would be coming to the table with a calculator. I think he genuinely feels there is a point to when he shouldn't be taking the shot on. And no matter what the situation is in the match, if he's 5-0 up or 5-0 down, he would genuinely have those shots where if he feels like the risk is higher than the reward, he wouldn't take it, which I'm not sure that's the way that the modern snooker is going to work for you. Maybe a couple of years back, absolutely. But I think now it is all down to who's going to be able to score more points and who's going to be able to make most points out of their chances there. So, I mean, I may be wrong, and it may still be the only frame that Zhao Xington's going to win, but I don't think that's going to be the case, especially if he gets a little bit closer. But now, this could be a fluke. Well, it won't be a fluke. It could have been. The red has gone all the way along the black ball cushion for it to be staying over the pocket. And Zhao Xington still smiling, still being in a good mood there for himself. I think the mood would have been slightly better had he been able to see that red and played into the left corner. Zhao chance is high. I agree, but I think, wow, I mean, I tell you what, the blue is actually getting me. Well, is that going to be an issue? Because he still can try and take the shot on there with a little bit of a swerve onto the side cushion. I mean, he's played the shot with a swerve. Yeah, that seems to be pretty good to me. Although, I mean, that could always be the bit of a risk there. Although he did get a little bit of luck, but I'm not sure how much of luck is he actually going to be able to take there. Basically, he was unlucky because he couldn't see the red. Then he was unlucky where he got the black there. But the black has gone into pretty much the perfect position there, into the left middle. But still, he doesn't have any more reds to play for, which means he's going to have to play a brilliant positional shot for the red onto the left side cushion, or he's going to have to do a Zhao Xington and just play a shot into the reds, which he's tried, but Doesn't seem like that's going to be something that works out. And also the blue is now going to be out of position. So if Zhang was thinking about taking that red along the cushion, he's certainly not going to be thinking about that one now. But I mean, he's put himself right back in the mix there. 107 points at the table. So 10 reds and only 8 points in between the players. So all to play for. And that brilliant chance from Zhao doesn't really get him anywhere, does it? At this point of a frame, although the safety from Zhang could have been a little bit better. And to be fair, I may want to retract that. I think the cue ball is just about going to go into a safe place. Enough there. I mean, Zhao could still go for this red into the right corner. I still think it's probably going to be a little bit too much to ask for him to be playing the same red away into the left part of the table, but still possible. I just think it's going to be way too difficult for him to miss their contact on the black, on a couple of other reds, still focusing on the other shot there on the red. So then, looking to try and carefully take this one away. This looks good. This is going to look very, very good indeed. As we now see Zhao Xington to be playing a shot on towards the right corner. Right, so, by the way, the policy in the chat there, it hasn't really changed, but from now on, unfortunately, I've been sent a couple of emails there from YouTube saying that there has been a very consistent use of unprecedented language, which basically means swearing, which could get your account to be restricted. So from now on, probably should have been done before that, but you have to be writing your message in English. Otherwise, you know, Google Translate is a nice thing for you to have, but it doesn't really tell you the whole story. And as I say, I mean, as I had a look through those messages, they do come away in all the international languages. So unfortunately, that's the way that it goes. If you want to send a message in the chat, it's going to have to be in English. Otherwise, I am going to be running a risk of the channel to be getting blocked because of, you know, I do say it is suitable for all the audience. And if I'm going to have, you know, swearing in the chat, that doesn't really match the reality. So that's going to be the rules from now on, unfortunately. But there are also benefits. You're not going to have to be using the Google Translate. And if you want to translate your message and make sure it's going to be perfectly reasonable, you can go onto Google Translate yourself. Meanwhile, someone that doesn't have to worry about Google Translate is going to be Zhao Xington, because he seems to be picking up the pieces again here. 29 points of an advantage. And still looking very nicely indeed for a shot of the red. Take it into the left corner. So then, 30 points is going to be the lead. And at the same time, there is going to be a great chance for the cue ball to be played in towards the left part of the table. Now then, if he's going to be looking to just try and take this pack away, one red by one, then he seems to have put himself right in the mix there of a really good position. So 30 points is the difference. As now Zhao is still very much approaching that line for the frame ball. He's got 75 points at the table. And at the same time, he's going to have a chance with the black to be disappearing in towards the right part of the table again there. This time around, seems like he's going to have a bit of an orthodox way of trying to split the reds away from each other. It seems like he's got the plans available for him into the left corner. Although, I mean, could do with a little bit more conviction on his face, but at the same time, maybe just thinking about the way that he's going to play the next shot there, as he was taking that plant away very confidently indeed. And now he will have the position on the pink, which should set him up for a frame ball in a couple of reds time as well. So then once again back on towards the backspin there for the pink. And 44 points now is going to be the difference in between Zhao Xington and Zhang. So then still playing a shot in towards those reds, which once again doing it the Zhao Xington style, which is get those reds to be in open play as early as you can. And he's still potentially just about all right there to make a century break there. I mean, I know he hasn't won the frame, but he will in 2 shots time. If he gets the black in, gets the red in, he'll be more than 51 points clear, as he now makes it 52 as the advantage. And all of a sudden, that brown that Zhang has missed is going to mean that he's going to have to go back from potentially throwing a 1-0 lead and now finding himself being 2-0 down there. And Zhao Xington certainly seems to have found the gear that he's going to be very comfortable with, and now positioning himself to try and make yet another century break out there. He's got 51 points available. He's got a break of 52 points as it stands, so he's looking very nicely indeed to try and take this one away, as he now plays the red very carefully towards the right middle. Gets himself lined up for a shot in towards the right corner here. And drags that cue ball across the table in a very nice fashion as well. Even though he's still underrun there. But, I mean, he could not have got any closer there without compromising himself. And clearly, looking at the century break to see how many points he will need, well, he rattled the cue ball into the jaws, which is going to make the century a lot more difficult for him, but still possible. If he goes for the black now, he's going to be seeing himself with plenty of luxury when he comes down to a shot on the blue. Let's see, he's just about overcut that one. So it's not going to be a century break, but it's still going to be a very healthy break of 60 points out there, which will add to that collection, of Zhao. And even though we've already seen an hour of match play, it's now going to be only the second frame that Zhao is going to finally see himself to be, well, back in the action there when he comes down to a 2-0 lead that he's going to have against Zhang. And now Zhang does find himself in a position where he needs to string a couple of frames in a row. Otherwise, he probably will have a very few chances to try and take this match away from Zhao. And whether that's going to be the case remains to be seen, but I think it would also be down to an opportunity for Zhao to try and, basically improve on the things that he hasn't really done too well. Because when you think about those breaks of 50 and 60 points, well, they did come across after a mistake from Zhang point of view. Yes, there was a brilliant long raid that he's taken into the right corner in a second frame, no doubt about it. But at the same time, you have to put it down to the whole reason why Zhao was able to go for that red was because, once again, Zhang wasn't able to take his first opportunity away, which, I know you can say the same thing about Zhao, but you can't really criticize the player that has been winning frames too much, and you certainly can criticize someone that has been losing those frames, and that's exactly the story that Zhang has found himself at. So, still, it's a position which you can try and salvage here, but it's going to have to be now or never, because if he finds himself 3-0 down, I mean, no matter how much of a Zhang fan you are, but you're not really going to be able to find too many positives in that particular equation, and therefore I think he's just going to be out of the picture before the match really gets underway for him. But still, as you can see, top breaks of 8, 25, 29, and Zhao responds with 15, 23, 50, and 60, with 44.3 being the average, and 27.0 being the average for Zhang. Simply better there from Zhao, and of course, as I say, I still think he's very much in gear 3, if he's not in gear 2, and I think he'll be able to step up the reps and step up the momentum as he needs to, but for now he still finds himself in a very comfortable position, having a 2-0 lead here against Zhang, hoping to try and extend that one even further, and find himself to be in a very comfortable place there when he comes down to the round 2 spot. We've only seen Whitewash once so far in the tournament of the main draw, and that was probably one of the most unexpected matches, I know Zhao was the favourite against Zhang there, but for match to go all the way and make it 6-0, I mean, it was extraordinary. I mean, sorry, Matthew Sells against Sean Murphy was another one. Let me know if I missed another one there, but I mean, I was just so surprised. I could see Murphy getting a whitewash on Selt, because I saw that with Wilson at the German Masters, where Murphy was just absolutely unstoppable. And of course, we've seen that with Murphy against Chang Minyu there, but on that time of asking, Murphy was on the wrong side of it. But yeah, I mean, I just couldn't see Xiaowei getting himself such a confident win there. But I mean, the biggest Xiaowei thing ever would be for him to win the first match against the worthy opponent 6-0, and then lose the next one to Robertson 6-1 or 6-2. I mean, that would be the most Xiaowei thing ever. Unfortunately, I would love to be wrong, and I would love C to give a bit of a gain there to Robbo, but, unfortunately, based on the last 3 years, it's exactly what we've seen of him ever since he was able to make the semi-final, to be one of the biggest comebacks in the history of the Crucible. After, despite leading by 14 frames to 7, he was unable to win 2 more frames out there in the entire match, and in the end lost 17-15, losing something like 14-7. Well, I think something like 9 frames in a row. I think he lost, because Bruxelles had 16-14 of a lead, and then he was able to pick out one of the frames. So yeah, which was extraordinary. Now then, something less extraordinary, of course, is going to be Zhang to try and come back from being 2-0 down himself. Though I'll tell you what, I mean, the chances of Zhao to be losing this match from now probably were going to be something similar to what we've seen of Luca Bristel against Zhao. Of course, different circumstances, but at the same time, different kind of players as well. It's now Zhang there just asking the referee to remove the insect, which was going to be in a very tight company for one of those reds. As now then Zhang clearly thinking about something here, and when I say something, I mean to try and pop the red into the corner. Which one is it going to be? It's going to be the one closer, and well, that was fortunate, you have to say, but in relation to the red that he managed to catch with the cue ball full ball and got himself a perfect positional shot there on towards the black to be taken. So he's got to start somewhere, and he's managed to start with a really good long-range shot there. Now, the problem is he needs to be absolutely spot on throughout the remainder of the frame, and he needs to have one of those frames there where he doesn't really leave a chance from now on towards Zhao. And yeah, I mean, making a nice little break of 80 points certainly would help. I mean, essentially would be even better, but I think starting realistic, I think if he makes a break of 60 points, it would probably be something that would be expected in this position because of how many reds he's got available after getting the black in right now in towards the right corner. And then he's got still 2 more reds right alongside the cue ball here, which is going to be equivalent to 32 points that he can score without doing anything else. And then on top of that, he could easily get the cue ball to be lined up a little bit higher than usual on the black, try and send it in towards the reds, although I think that's something that he was trying to achieve here. I mean, I'm not too sure what the unhappy face is all about. I mean, clearly can. I mean, yeah, I understand what an unhappy face is all about, but he should be able to recover here. He's straight on the black, and all he needs to do is to judge the backspin shot quite well. So that he's going to have a red available to him into the right corner. Well, easier said than done there, you'd see, because he seems like he's probably worried about this one. Is he going to be topspin? No, backspin, as I say, but well, I mean, yeah, I mean, as I was going to say, I don't really understand what the fuss was all about. Played a nice shot there to recover. I mean, yes, he might have to take the cue ball away towards the ball cushion, but once again, I mean, I'm not really online with what the trauma is all about. Now then, still needs a good shot here, though, to play this red in towards the right corner. I mean, I understand that it is going to be getting awkward for him, but at the same time, he knew what he was doing, and I was a little bit surprised that he didn't try and get high on the cue ball on that occasion, because I think that was the whole point of having an extra red to him. Because if you play the shot like that, it will basically allow you to be getting lined up for, you know, a shot on the black being higher than usual. Therefore, get the black into the corner, play the cue ball into the bunch of reds, still have the red available for you on the right-hand side of those reds, and then, you know, if something goes wrong, you're going to have that red for company, and then if something goes right, you basically won the frame. And, well, for now, he seems like he's managed to get himself out of scrutiny for the time being, but, I mean, still, doesn't seem like he's got any real confidence there, and he's backing himself to try and take this one all the way there, as the referee just tried to sort out the position and the location of the ping. Let's have a look the way that Zhang is going to be approaching the next couple of reds, though, because, I mean, he has put himself in the position where he can take this red along the side cushion, and then from that point onwards, I mean, he should be able to get the position on the black there. He's got himself another red available. So, yeah, I think his face is a little bit more miserable than things that actually are for him in this particular frame. I mean, things overall might be bad, but he just made his highest break in the match of 30 points and still looking to try and exploit at least a couple of more reds before he's going to be able to get himself through and onto the pack there with a cue ball. Now then, 32 with a really nice shot on the red that he's played, but once again, seemingly, I'm happy with how straight he is going to be on the black there. But I tell you what, we've got one unhappy Chinese player out there, and I mean, I really don't think I've seen him that, I'm not going to say animated, because he's not necessarily throwing fists at the table, but he doesn't seem like he's the happiest man to be in the building right now, which is a little bit strange for his type of a character, as he now just about gets the black in. He needs the cue ball to get the touch of the reds, and he didn't. So I think that might be the breakover for him right now. which, I mean, of course, that's not going to be great news for him at this stage. But at the same time, he's got a shot at the red into the right corner. But, of course, once again, I mean, when you think about, he was down to 6 or 7 shots ago where he has messed up that position on the black, and he hasn't been able to recover the position ever since. But he's still going for the break there, that's the alternative. But of course, one mistake here, and Zhang could be rubbing his hands for another total clearance. Now then, the red is going to be in. How about the position on black? It's not great. It's not great at all. No chance of going for the pink, the blue. So it's going to be black or nothing. He has got a couple of more reds into the open play though, Zhang. So he's not necessarily playing into the vacuum there. Well, it doesn't seem like he's going to fancy the black. I can't really blame him for that because it is a very tough shot on the black, especially with the cue ball to be so close towards the left side cushion. But still 40 points. Could have been worse. Absolutely could have been better, but I think it's still something that you take. Put the brown onto the right side cushion and try and extend your lead a little bit later on in the frame, as he's still now looking to try and force Zhao to be in a difficult position. I mean, let's see what he's going to be able to achieve here then. A very careful shot of the reds on the left-hand side of the ping there. Needs to avoid the contact on the yellow, which he has done. Now then, how's the position in relation to the green is going to be? It's going to be alright, but not too close. And well, this is the question now for Zhang. Does he feel 40 points is enough for him to be considering this percentage shot there of the red? I think he has to go for it. Well, I mean, he's going to go for an alternative shot there, which still, if he plays this one well, could give him some really good dividends out there. Wow, I mean, that's one way of making it in. He has put the red over the corner, though, which is going to be very interesting there. I mean, that certainly was anything but a percentage shot there, because that was all or nothing. But he played that shot really, really well. Explaining what happened there. He's had the red right next to the blue. He played, which I expected just to roll the cue ball towards the blue. He played that red really firmly into the bunch of the other reds, controlling that cue ball to be in behind of a shot for the blue there, so that Zhao can't see those reds. And he's done that well. The blue is now going to be covering every single one of those reds. I'm pretty sure there might be a red on the left side cushion which Zhao is able to see here, but this is where things are going to happen no matter what he does. I mean, I'm not going to bet the house on it, but if I could, I would. There is going to be someone to pot a red in the next 2 shots. I think he's going to have to try and be the man to try and do it now. You know, that was the first thing that I thought about, going for the bowl cushion and just trying to pot the red in the right corner. It's the only thing that he can do, and it's the only thing that will get him. He won't even get him in the position of trying to score points there, but, well, he looks good. The referee, get out of the way. I can't see what's happening. Well, he potted the red, as I said, and I'm glad I called that. It was never going to be enough there for him to be on the collar because of the awkward positioning of the pink and the black there, but that was a shot and a half. That was brilliant from Zhao, and he's put himself back in the mix there. As I said, someone was going to put the red in the next 2 shots there. The question is, do you go for this blue? I know the answer. The question is then, is he going to be able to pot it? Once again, it's a massive shot for the frame. And, well, I have to say, I'm not going to be biased on that. I thought he would miss it. I just had that weird feeling, but he has made that one absolutely in. Brilliant shot there yet again from Zhao. That seems to be an absolute fire. The fire machine has already left the fire brigade, because now we've got one Chinese player out of control there. And he certainly seems to be way beyond the limit of the temperature. With some brilliant shots that he's played. Needed to play another very delicate shot there. And I tell you what, I'm not sure he played that one too well. He seems to be thinking about the other reds, which suggests that he is on the black there. But I think the ping might have something to say about it. Let's see. Of course, he's going to call the black now. Yeah, he was able to get through to the black. And once again, doing that with very much a poker face, which would suggest that that was quite a comfortable margin for him to try and play through. But whatever he does in this frame, he's not going to be able to win this frame without, you know, taking itself out of the comfortable margin, being 40 points down when the break started. Going for that red over the pocket, which of course if he misses it, misses the contact on the red, is going to be 44 points down, and therefore Zhang is going to be seeing red over the corner. There's once again a brilliant shot there to get the red away from the right-hand side of the black there. Now rolling the black itself in towards the left corner and making sure he's got a brilliant opportunity with those reds to be taken now. A lot easier for him. So being only 18 points behind. Still 4 easy reds to be taken. I think pretty much all of them into the right corner. Until we are going to get to the stage of needing the reds on the left side cushion there. Let's actually do a very quick maths here. Is he going to need the brown? Tell you what, Zhang was putting that brown safe for him to be safe in the frame. I don't think he will need that brown. I mean, my maths here ain't going to be perfect. But 67 points ahead. 67 points at the table. You take the brown away, that's 45. Can he get himself more than 22 points clear? You add 45 to him now, it's going to be 74. Yeah, he can. That's a bit of a weird mistake then from Zhang. Because he was doing that whilst he was 40 points clear. So whatever he was thinking about, I think he is going to be now sat in his chair thinking, well, if Zhao Xingtong pots those 4 reds, which is still a mission to be done there, 2 of them are going to be in a very awkward spot there indeed, but I think if he gets a couple of them in, Zhang Ande is going to be actually the player that will need the brown, which I just find that a little bit baffling for me. What was the point of putting the colour there, which is not really going to mean anything if your opponent is able to get the, not even the maximum, because he was playing the pink and the blue a couple of times there, but a good chunk of the points that were going to be available to him. But right now, Zhang is the one that will need the brown, which, as I say, is very weird there, but of course, before that point, Zhao Xingtong is going to try and put the frame to bed there. Trying to get the first dangerous red away. And he's able to put that one away nicely into the left corner. Zhao can clear the table. He can, but it ain't going to be an easy walk in the park there. I'll tell you that for free. He's going to have to try and work really hard to try and get on that last red with a perfect positional sense. I think that's exactly what he's looking at. To see where he is in the frame. Another break of 50 plus. As even though Zhang was able to... Oh, he doesn't seem to be happy with this one. Way too straight on the black there, it would seem. So, I think he can still make contact with the red there, but of course it's not something that he would have been looking for. So then, I mean, he needs the colour because he needs to put himself in as comfortable of a position as he can in relation to the points, but I think he's going to have to try and take this one away through the side cushion. But look at that for a shot. I mean, that should be illegal. That should be absolutely illegal. How little of the angle did he have on the pink? And how well did he manage to take that cue ball away? He still needs to pot the red in. Basically a frame ball. Oh, I think that's going to stay out. I'm surprised with that. But this is where the brown might be a bit of a protector there for Zhao Xingtong. As for the second time in this match, he will be down to a break of 60 points exactly to be made. But yeah, I'm surprised there. He's played such a good shot previously and then he's going to miss the red like that. Wasn't easy. But I don't think it was as difficult as it could have been. So then now, we've got the question of, can Zhang Ande sort out the issue that he put on for Zhao Xingtong? And in the end, he's the player that is going to have to come through that issue. And not Xingtong. He still needs a good shot on the black, I tell you, because he has potted the red, obviously, because of it being onto the, into the pocket, basically. But good shot on the black there. Recovers the position. So then 12 points behind. 27 at the table. I think he will need the pink as the frame ball because he's going to be able to score 20 points without the black. Yeah, so the pink is going to be the frame ball as he was in the first frame. And he's played a horror shot there. Once again, whether it's down to pressure, whether it's down to bottle, but doesn't seem to be showing any one of those two. And out of nowhere, he had a really good positional shot on the black to be quite close to the yellow, but now he's going to be absolutely alongside the green. It'll take some sort of an effort to pot the green, to be on the brown, to pot the brown and be on the blue. If he makes those 3 colours right now, he becomes the favourite to win the match for me, but it won't happen. Let's start off with the green, and yeah, he didn't even attempt that one, so which probably was the right thing to do, actually. And especially if you're going to play a safety shot like that. Brilliant shot there from Zhang. I mean, as much as he was dreadful on the positional play there, it's a brilliant way to get the cue ball in behind the black now. And a chance for Zhao to give him a couple of points there, which wouldn't really matter. But if he gets him a position somewhere near the green, which he might do now. He gets a very thin contact on the green, and the cue ball is going to come all the way down the table. I think the green cuts, but I also know that this is absolutely not going to be the shot that Zhang takes there, because there's no value in taking the green away. But of course, both players would know there is no value in taking the green right now, but whoever puts the green over the pocket can be under a massive disadvantage. Once again, Zhang there just seems to be a little bit all over the place, catching the double kiss when there was no reason for it. But like it was on the previous occasion, getting away with it to a certain extent, not leaving the green available, but still think there is going to be a safety shot in the making here, which is going to be made a lot easier there for Zhao. And I think that was done on purpose there, to try and bait him to go for the green into the corner, which way too straight there. He needed to make the shot as straight as possible, way too straight for Zhang to do anything when it comes down to the brown. But ultimately, I think the straighter it is, the more difficult it is for you to play a cross double, which he was still able to do. But this time around, there is not going to be a chance in a million years there that he's going to get the snooker, because of how far the green has to travel, because of the angle that Zhang needed to avoid a double kiss for the third time in the match. Now then, 10 points clear, so Zhao will need, ultimately for him, he will need the green, he will need the brown, and he will need the blue. So it's not enough. Oh, that's a horrible shot there. Is he going to be enough there for the green to get past the middle pocket? Just about there, I tell you. I don't think he meant for that shot to be so marginal. And especially, you leave that green to be anywhere near the right middle. That's exactly where the brown is. The natural angle on the cue ball is going to be played straight in towards the brown. So that would have been very embarrassing to lose the frame. But yeah, ultimately, he doesn't just need the position on the brown. He also needs to have the position on the brown, which will allow him to play for the blue. As Zhang this time around plays a bit of a questionable shot there, but nowhere near as questionable as the previous one from Zhao, but still could have been a little bit better. I think Zhao might consider trying to bring the brown into the open play, get the cue ball in behind the pink and the black here as well. Now just focusing on the green for now. Trying to put that one nicely onto towards the ball cushion whilst getting the cue ball to be perfectly alongside the pink spot. Quite close towards the left side cushion as well. So then still, 10 points separates the players. And still there is 25 at the table there for them to try and make their way through. So then we are having a look at, it's a double kiss there. And it's another chance for Zhao Xington, which comes begging. I think that green is not going to be available there for Zhao Xington. Well, I'll tell you what, I mean, I don't know what's happening with Zhang there, but he certainly needs to sort out the double kissing out there. He just feels like he's on a little bit of a date there. But every single time, he's managed to get away with that. You know, 3 times he's done it, twice in the last 3 shots or so, but Zhao is not really going to have anything to show for it, it would seem, unless he's able to just about cut the green and still needs to be absolutely precise there. Well, he's gone for power, and let's see where the cue ball is now going to be finishing. Well, I'll tell you what, that was a little bit fortunate for him as well, because he clearly went for power in order to try and get the cue ball to disrupt the brown. He missed the green, but ultimately the brown wasn't touched there, and if anything, the green has gone perfectly towards the brown there as a little bit of a neighborhood. So I think now it will be quite difficult for Zhang to try and get the green away from the brown without touching it. Although, I mean, it's still possible, but you're basically going to have to try and treat this one as a cross double. And, well, he got the brown away. Not sure if that was intentional. He certainly didn't want to try and put the cue ball as an intention. And I think Zhang is losing it a little bit, which, of course, is now going to help Zhao Xington massively. Remember what I said, he's going to need the green, brown, and the blue. Well, forget about it. With 4 points kindly given to him by Zhang Anda, he only needs the green, which is going to be in the pocket in a second. And then he needs a good positional shot on the brown. A little bit low on the pace. You might say, I'm going to say, I was absolutely wrong. He was perfect and spot on the pace. Just needs to make sure he avoids the issue that he had on the red. Drop the brown in, and 3-0 lead is going to be his for the taking. Zhao Xington, well, he may as well be the psychologist, because he seems to have taken Zhang Anda completely apart there. And now, 71 plays 50, 21 points ahead, 18 at the table. He should take the blue away as well, but he didn't. But now Zhang needs a snooker. Well, he's going to have to come back to the table, but at the same time, I think that 3-0 of a lead is just something waiting to happen there. And Zhao Xingtong, well, way too strong there, it would seem, but you could alternatively say Zhang Anda way too weak for what we're seeing there from Zhao. And ultimately now, it will come down to Xingtong to come back to the table here. And, you know, of course, hoping that he wouldn't find himself in a snooker situation, but Zhang will have something to say about that. He is capable of getting a couple of really tough snookers there, usually. But the question is he going to be up to his usual self there? And not on this occasion. Remember, he got some brilliant snookers in the previous couple of frames there. I'm not sure if that was in the frame number 1 or frame number 2, but he certainly was on fire at that point. He felt like a lot of water has gone since then. And, well, is it going to be a shot now? Because he's left a long shot chance for Zhao Xingtong to be taking the blue away. There's not going to be any pressure, but there's not going to be any accuracy either. It felt like he got, you know, completely the wrong side of the blue there. Not even close towards the jaws, but alternatively, of course, still putting a little bit of the distance in between the cue ball and the blue. Now Zhang is not going to have anything easy there for himself in relation to getting that snooker lined up. But, of course, he can always lose ground there for Zhao Xingtong because he has got the pink and the black all to be right next to each other. But, yeah, he knows, unfortunately, it's just simply not been good enough there from Zhang Anda. And it's another long blue, which on this occasion I would be stunned, genuinely stunned, if Zhao Xingtong doesn't put this one away. No pressure. He knows he's playing well. He knows his opponent is not playing well. And this is going to be to clear the table. And that will certainly be the end of the frame number 3. And arguably, the end of Zhang Anda is certainly near as well. Unfortunately, the matchup that was probably the closest in every single one of the first round matches, apart from potentially, on paper, Robertson and Chang Minyu. But for now, it seems to be just about as much of a battering as it was for Robertson in the first 5 frames, as now Zhao Xingtong is 3 frames clear of Zhang Anda, and he now finds himself to be 3 frames to 0 into the lead. Let's have a look there. It's been a while since I've had a check how Wakelin and Ford are doing, and they've already got into the intermission there, 2 frames each, with no centuries, no high value breaks there, apart from the third one. Oh, actually, there was a century from Wakelin of 110 points, and then Tom Ford responded with a break of 77 points himself. But really quick fire there. You know, it's only been, I suppose it's been more than an hour there, which is surprising. And we've only managed to get through those 3 frames. Although it still feels like it was down to a lot of pace in those type of performances. But yeah, I mean, Zhang, Ford there not being happy with the referee. I mean, they're showing the highlights, and apparently Ford had a bit of a discussion with the referee. Maybe about the conditions, maybe about something else. But anyway, Zhang Anda is going to have a lot to say about himself there, I would say, rather than the conditions, as he now finds himself trailing by 3 frames to 0 to the world champion of Zhao Xingtong. And we could, of course, see another world champion to be in the mix there. We've seen Karen Wilson to make it through. We've seen Weezer to make it through. You know, someone like Ronnie O'Sullivan that doesn't need any more introductions when he comes down to the Crucible or anything to do with snooker. The only thing, of course, we are not going to see Luca Brissell. No surprise there. He didn't even make it to the main draw, which I'm actually going to check what happened to Luca. I mean, he obviously lost, but to who? Yeah, some good stuff that I've seen from him, but at the same time, just not really been consistent enough there when it comes down to the actual performance. So then Luca Brissell, let's have a look. China Open, where has he gone wrong for him? He's not going to be in the Zhensheng Open either, which is a different thing. So he's going to be out of that one as well. He's going to be out of the English Open. He's going to be out of the Wuhan Open as well. I mean, he hasn't qualified for any of the events that he played for. Yeah, he lost 6-0 to Stuart Bingham in the China Open. I remember that match. It was a horrible show there from Brissell. And, well, he didn't qualify for any of the events that he played at. Let me just make it clear. Any. He played qualification for China Open. Let's have a look if I've got time to talk, or is it now start of the 4th frame? I've got a little bit of time. He hasn't qualified for China Open, this tournament. He hasn't qualified for the Wuhan Open, the tournament after this one. He hasn't qualified for Zhensheng Open, which is going to be way down the road. And he's lost out qualification for English Open as well. Tell you what, I mean, he may be the world number 42. I don't think he's going to stay there for long because he's genuinely going to have 0 ranking points for pretty much the first part of the season. I mean, that is absolutely baffling there from Brazil. Wow. He just shows you, I mean, we criticise Zhao, and I certainly was saying that I'm going to be protecting him for the last season, but I'm going to change my attitude there. But I mean, I'll tell you what, you can criticise Zhao all you want, but what on earth has happened to Brazil? Zhang under there, straight away after the break-off shot, feeling that he needs to try and have a little bit of a spark there from somewhere. The problem is, for now, that spark doesn't seem like he's getting under any sort of control there from his point of view. Yet another long red, which, I mean, was actually one of the things that he was actually making consistently into the pockets. This time around, the red is going to stay at the table, and I think the same red is now going to be used as an attempt there for Zhao Xingtong to drop that one into the left middle. And very carefully, no pace at all, way too close to the front jaw. And that wasn't a good effort at all. It was a waste of a shot there, I would say. Surprised he got so far away from it, because now the same red is going to be available for Zhang Anda there. But you feel like there may be just a little bit of a lack of concentration there, and Zhao just thinking about what is he going to have for dinner, who is he going to play in the next round. Despite him being professional, you still feel like it's natural when you see your opponent struggle so badly. He should have easily won 2 frames out of 3, Zhang, and yet he finds himself being 3-0 down. And absolutely, there is a universe should be back on here. Let me know. I'm going to have a look myself. Yeah, apologies for that. I don't know. Hopefully, I genuinely don't know what I can do about it. And that's the worst thing. But yeah, I've missed a shot that Zhao Xingtong is playing. So he got the black completely out of position. So he's now playing for the blue. But yeah, I keep on saying, well, that was super unfortunate there. He potted the blue and somehow he got the black to be dropping in as well after playing such a good positional shot for the reds. I mean, the question is, has he left something? But yeah, I mean, it keeps pissing me off as well because I'm like, I keep on thinking about it and just thinking, is it wrong? Is it bad? And I'm not going to be able to listen to myself all the time there because I would not be able to think. But thank you for that, Letitia, and hopefully it only happens once per stream, but still, It pisses me off badly on why that would happen. But I tell you what, if Zhang is unable to see any easy reds, I mean, no matter how unlucky you think Zhao Xington was, he's played the positional shot for the Reds perfectly well, the split for the Reds. I mean, surely there is not a universe which would be cruel enough to Zhang for him not to have a red available. I think there is a red available into the right middle. I don't know why I've given him five foul points. He should be getting 7 because of importing the black there. Now then, Zhang played a good shot on the Reds. He didn't really play a good positional shot though. He needs that frame badly though. Like, I'm not even going to say he's going to be back in the game if he wins this frame, but if he loses it, he's going to be out of it, and he may as well not turn up for the second mini session there, which means he needs to take a good shot on the black, which he has done. A nicely taken shot there. So then, this is a real test for Zhang, because it's a puzzle that you would expect him to solve usually, but as I say, I think we're all going to establish that Zhang is not playing well. And this is exactly the position that you would want to see ahead of yourself when you're not playing well. And I tell you what, no matter how badly you're playing, no matter how, well, I mean, unless you're feeling physically unwell, which I tell you what, I mean, just as I say that, you're running yourself out of position, there must be something physical there. The body language, the face, the movement, the gestures, and the way that he's playing those shots a lot more importantly. I mean, you're running himself out of position on one of the easier shots that he could play. The red was always going to be Yeah, apologies for that. I think that's the last thing I'm going to try. I'm going to switch it off completely and try and put it onto the reset. Whether it works or not is up to me, but I am getting a little bit fed up with it because you pay quite a lot of money for it and then it works like a piece of junk, which is not really something that is going to up your mood there. But apologies for that, and hopefully it's the last time I have to cover it. As I say, usually only happens once, but there's clearly something with the wiring there, which, you know, I haven't done anything different to it, and why on earth would it start to be playing up after around 6 months is beyond me. But let's focus on something a lot more positive on Zhang Ander's point of view, as he's now got a really good positional shot for the black there to be taken in towards the left corner. And the interesting thing about it is that he might be able to sort of get away with a century break here, you know, because he's scoring some good points. He's on 44 as he stands on the break, and therefore he's still leaving himself to be in that window where 39 points being the advantage. I don't think he has to worry about winning the frame there because, I mean, as I said when he came up to the table, if he doesn't win this frame, you may as well just not turn up after the intermission, but the fight has to be there. The spirit for the fight has to be there as well. And his highest break in the match of 45 points. Slowly but steadily, he is getting to the level of Zhao Xington there, of having 60 as the highest for him. And now then, he may be able to comfortably surpass that as well, as he's now looking to play for a shot onto the red here. Getting the black into the corner certainly helped, as he's now on the break of 52 points. So let me just check to make sure as we get the red into the right part of the table. Let me just be very careful to be checking that my voice is actually in there and it's not a little Kevin the Chipmunk's voice, which is the weirdest thing. Why would he even do that? I mean, surely there has to be a malfunction for it to be doing that. But anyway, Zhang Anda is not going to have any malfunctions there within himself, as he's now 55 points, which is the lead, 59 at the table. So then the red, which is about to take into the corner, will be the frame ball. And at last, Zhang gets himself onto the score sheet with a good break there of 61 points. As I said, made that look a little bit difficult at the beginning, but I think he deserves a lot of respect for the way that he was able to get himself out of those issues on the shot on the blue. That was brilliant. You know, he clearly was playing for the black. He was nowhere near it. He had to go for the shot on the blue. He was able to do that into the yellow pocket, which, I mean, with the distance in between the cubo and the blue, it's hardly a shot which is going to be a more difficult for you. And also, I think he had to place his hand quite awkwardly at the table anyway. With all those massive achievements and all those massive problems that he had, he was able to take that blue away. Yes, he still needed to be in a bit of a no man's land when he comes down to the position for a couple of more shots time, but still able to recover and now making the highest break in the match so far, getting that black to be disappearing in towards the left corner. And now we've got the break of 76 points, which is going to be twice as high as the average that he's had in the previous 3 frames. But could he try and finish off with a century break? And well, I'll tell you what, he certainly had a little bit of confidence there. A brilliant shot on the red, you know, which was a bit of a problem in itself. And then trying to get that cue ball into another red, which he was able to play with some great conviction there. And now playing for the blue, trying to hold the white through the gap in between the brown and yellow. And even though he caught the brown a little bit, he's now still going to position himself nicely for a shot on the red to be taken in towards the green pocket. And now I don't think he will need the pink there, which is the only colour which is significantly out of position, as he's now on 83 points. Still looking to try and play a shot on the blue now to get himself through that gap in between the yellow and brown once again. So then a very careful approach there. But once again, this time around, it was a lot better judged. And it does seem like Zhang Anda will go to the intermission with all the momentum there that he could have possibly got. As I said, he needed a break of something like 60 or 80 in the previous frame when he had a good chance. Only able to squeeze 80 points or 40 points out of it on that occasion. But now, unfortunately, it's not going to be a century for him. The yellow is going to stay at the table. So still a break of 88 points, which is going to leave Zhang Anda into a very good position there. When he comes down to that particular frame, of course, it's still going to be Zhao Xington with all the momentum that he could possibly dream about, especially, as I say, after probably being the second best player when it comes down to the performance. Had some very good shots when it matters, but You can't say that Zhang didn't have a chance to be leading by 3-1 at least to himself. I'm not even going to mention that if there was someone to have a 4-0 scoreline, he probably had to be him. But some brilliant shots there from Zhao, as he now going to be getting through to the intermission with a 3-1 lead over the compatriot of Zhang. Let's have a look how Wakelin and Tom Ford are doing. And it is still going to be 2-2 as they just finished their own intermission. So then, we're 15 points behind them. Let's see if Zhao and Zhang will be able to catch up to those two as we approach the 5th frame, as it's still very much advantage to Xington. But is Zhang finally getting himself into that position? As you can see, only 32 points down when it comes down total, scored in the previous 4 frames. A revolve for Zhang. Well, not quite a century break, but still a really good break of 88 points. And he now goes into the intermission with something to be happy about. Stay tuned in 15 minutes time. We'll come back and see on who's going to be through to the round 2.
Feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me. So alive, make it last forever. Stop in time, yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the
Right then, everybody, let's get back into the action as we now see the intermission to reach the last couple of minutes. Let's see what is it going to be for Zhao or Zhang Anda, who will be able to come out as a better player when it comes down to frame number 5. Hopefully the microphone is going to be with us on this one as well, because for now you have to say, even though it wasn't the best scoring match, he certainly has given us loads of entertainment. By the way, in the other match, we see Chris Wakelin to take a 3-2 lead now against Tom Ford. So Wakelin now edging closer towards a potential rematch against Zhao that we have seen. I think it was the last 8 of the World Grand Prix, the tournament that Zhao was able to win, where he was leading 4-1. He clearly was coughing a lot there, because I think we looked at it and it was like, well, it's a little bit weird. And yeah, he had a 4-1 lead. That match was taking the distance, and Zhao somehow was still able to win that decider. Whilst, if that was the match that I can remember, he was pulling out some brilliant shots in that decider, I tell you. He wasn't a walk in the park there. It was for Zhang in that 4th frame. All the other frames, apart from maybe the second one, were, you know, very much closely contested. Therefore, you felt like there wasn't really many things that Zhang could do out there, but still, you know, he's had his chances and he didn't manage to take them. And now we're about to get ourselves lined up for the 5th frame to get underway. Which way is it going to go? I don't really know, but I think from my perspective, you would expect Zhao Xington to be better than what he was in the first 4 frames, and not necessarily from, you know, the scoreline point of view. I still think he's got more than enough opportunities there. As of course, one thing that I do forget, these two are going to be one of the best friends there as they walk out alongside each other. Nobody's not going to, well, I mean, somebody can try, but I don't think you can convince me that they would have not had a bit of a conversation there in between each other, which, you know, some people will say it's not something for you to do, and some people say, well, it's up to them, whatever they want to do there. Anyway, the intermission is now over. Both of the players are back to the action now. Let's see what's going to happen here with this particular frame, as we put ourselves in a position where Zhang can go for a break-off shot there. Once again, needs a really good frame to try, and, well, of course, at this stage, he will be putting himself right back in the window. For now, he didn't really play the break-off shot that required that, I would say, as he still leaves a chance away for Zhao Xington to be going for the reds into the right corner. And we're going to have to wait and see if he's got what it takes to try and take this red away. He needs to, you know. Xington mustn't just look at the scoreline and be like, well, I'm clearly in the lead, because he hasn't really shown the snooker, which would represent that scoreline. Once again, this time around, it was a little bit wobbly there on that red, but he didn't quite go in. And rightly so. I mean, no matter how wide the pockets are, absolutely no world that red should disappear. And it didn't. So it lost a little bit of sensibility. But yeah, interestingly enough there, Zhang clearly thinking the percentage shot is not to play, you know, the red on towards the main pack of the reds. Sorry, that's the way that he wants to try and approach this one. And I was a little bit surprised that he very quickly refused to be going for an attacking option there, which, you know, I understand why, because he clearly didn't see the way onto the black there, but still, was it not worth it to, you know, to take that shot on anyway, because of getting the nice little brush off the reds would have got the cue ball into a straight line and presumably on towards the blue or the bold colours, but he clearly didn't feel like that was the incentive. And now Zhao Xington has already responded with a really good safety shot of his own, and the same red is still available there for Zhang, but I just feel like if he didn't take it on the previous occasion, he's not really going to take it until we either see that red to go closer towards the corner, or we will see the cue ball to be closer to the red, or alternatively, of course, being on a bit of a direct angle. Oh, that's going to be close towards the corner, but he didn't really want that one to be too close out there for Zhang. Even though that's a brilliant way to get the cue ball up the table, he clearly expected some sort of contact on that particular red. It's still interesting to see the way that Xington approaches this one, because he's quite limited in relation to what he can do there. That's why I don't think he's smiling about this one too much. He can't play for the black unless I'm going to be absolutely stunned. He certainly can't play for the pink. So, I mean, realistically, he's going to have to try and... I mean, is he taking the power away? Because if he's playing for the black there, well, he is. It's a very delicate shot there that he needs to play well. And at the end, he didn't play that shot well enough, and he missed the red as well. Well, I mean, it's very difficult for me not to say that was stupid, because I think everybody could see that, you know, that the line wasn't really there for the cue ball to be held there. And, I mean, I suppose he did undercut it a little bit, so Yeah, maybe, but I don't think so. That shot was on there. I think the shot for Zhang now is going to be difficult enough, and that's, of course, having the red over the pocket. So then, I think he's just about alright to be on the black there, but I'll tell you what, his face doesn't really show that. Once again, the body language not being positive at all. He's not on the pink, that much I can tell you. Easy on the black now. Seems to be. Maybe he's just focused a little bit more on the next red that he's about to take. After that, black is going to be disappearing, hopefully for him, in towards the right corner. But still, I'll tell you what, I mean, the average shot time for this match for Zhang is going to be absolutely below the average. Because you feel like plenty of backspin that he needs to add on the cue ball. And look at that, the black is now going to jump out of the way of the pocket. And he will be certainly taking this one to go all the way. Just a single point there from Zhang. And back towards Zhao Xingtong he goes. Still not able to put those struggles behind him. And of course, you know, listen, I did say the black was not necessarily, you know, convincing for the way that he played for it. But still, certainly should have got the black in. And now, of course, it's a different scenario for Zhao Xingtong. Because he can go for the red into the corner. But without the black at the lower end of the table, what sort of colour is he going to be playing for? And, well, he seems to be looking for the answer, and I don't think he's going to find it. Yeah, he's going to find the back of the red there, so it won't be an easy start to the frame for either one of the players, because, once again, different circumstances, but the result being worse for Zhao Xingtong here, because he's now going to have to try and take the cue ball away and onto the left side of the cushion, which is a little bit risky thing to do, but he doesn't have another choice. He's now snookered in behind those reds, and at the end of it, he's going to have to try and get the cue ball to be lined up for one of the colours that he would call. And I think that's going to be quite close towards the green pocket, but ultimately not making the contact with any of the bold colours, which is clearly going to be playing for. There's no reason for him to try and call the black there, just to be giving 3 extra foul points away every single time he plays that shot. So once again, having a look at the scoreboard, he's now still going to be finding himself in a difficult position there, I would say, because if you look at the way that the cue ball is now positioned towards the red, he needs to be opening that angle a little bit more, but also he's got the left side cushion to be coming up quite quickly to him, so he's clearly going to be aiming for the green, but the question is now, of course, is not really whether he's going to give a red away, which he can't, but how many attempts will it actually take there for him to get the green, and there's the answer, 2. Is going to be enough there for Zhao Xingtong after giving 1 foul point away. 1 foul shot away, I should say. Zhang is now going to find himself with a 5-1 of a lead, but at the same time, still looking to try and build the momentum here when it comes down to the safety. The long-range shots have not really been the skill of Zhao Xingtong at the starting point of the frame, but doesn't mean that they won't come back later on, of course. Because with a 3-1 lead, he's still got more than enough room for him to try and be the man who's happy to take more risks, put himself under a little bit more pressure when it comes down to having to make that shot in relation to the type of a shot that he went for, but still realising that even if he doesn't make it, and it's a shot that inevitably will give a chance away to your opponent, there is still going to be a couple of frames that you're going to have as your advantage, which is why I think he's trying to take this red into the corner. Well, didn't play that shot well, did he? And yeah, certainly didn't get anywhere near the passing angle on the red, but of course at the same time, with how narrow the angle was for him, since he was overcutting the red by so much, he caught the other couple of reds right in the face there, after trying to get that cue ball up the table. And even though Zhang is still not going to have an easy work ahead of him, you know, he's certainly going to have it a little bit easier than just being 5 points to 1 ahead and not having a position ahead of him here. But, of course, the thing that I mean is going to be down to the black and the pink to be out of the picture. It's difficult to judge the position of the reds, though, because you could easily say there's 3 available, but you could also say there's 6 of them that are not really going to be of any meaning for now. So, I mean, probably even more than that. So yeah, he's going to have to be a lot of precision there when he comes down to, especially in those shots for the Reds. And I feel like, was he playing for the wider shot at the left corner there, Zhang? Because he can't be playing for the red underneath the ping there, because he won't have the angle to take it all the way to the blue. Well, it seems like doesn't have a choice, so maybe the picture doesn't really tell you the story, but I feel like unless it's topspin, well, it is going to be topspin, and the gap wasn't massive. The cue ball needs to speed up for him, and it's going to be straight, and well, I mean, he's on the blue, so that's already better than I thought he would be able to achieve, but still able to find that gap with topspin on the previous time of asking there with the cue ball. Now then, trying to force that cue ball to go a little bit lower than the center of the table, and now hoping that he will still have a red available to him out there. Just needs to score as many points as he can here, I think. It's not down to winning the frame from the visit to the table for now. It's down to when and if Zhao Xington gets himself back to the table, make sure that he won't be able to win the frame from the first visit to the table, because you're going to have a significant point advantage, and therefore you're going to put your opponent under some real scrutiny. And, you know, winning 2 frames on the bounce is never a bad thing for you to achieve. And of course, that will put him just 1 frame behind there of Zhao, which is going to be probably a great result for him, depending on how you grade his performance in the first 3 frames. And once again, being very, very straight on the blue, I think this time around, unless you talk about the jaw of the middle, you're not really going to be able to bring the white down to the lower end of the table here. So he's going to have to just leave that cue ball probably on the blue spot there, maybe a little bit wider if he can try and take it away there, but yeah, he's on the wrong side of it, so just probably trying to take the blue spot away here. Whether he has managed to do that, he needs to, otherwise he's going to be snookered, but the referee's going to have a look. And of course it would be an extra bonus there for Zhang to put the blue on towards the black ball cushion there, and you can see that he had a bit of a heart attack there, Zhang, because he's managed to take, you know, the left part of that blue ball spot there. As he realised the referee was going to respot the blue back onto its own spot there, he's still going to have the red on the left-hand side of the table available to him, but at the same time, still needs to be very, very cautious when he comes down to taking that red away and making sure the white is going to travel back towards the blue there. Well, as I said, it was never about winning the frame when it came on visit to the table, and he just proved that. 1 minor misjudgment on the blue, and it wasn't just 1, there were a couple, but he put himself out of position on the red, way too close to the side cushion for you when you're not playing well. And now Zhao Xington finds himself 22 points behind, which probably is going to be good enough to make sure that Zhao Xington won't be able to win a frame at 1 visit to the table. But you never quite know with him. He got the first red in, that's for sure, and now he's going to try and close that gap down from 21 points right now all the way to potentially something like 5 to 10 before, of course, depending on how many reds he's going to be able to get into the open play there in the current visit to the table, he may still be able to come out on top in this particular battle for the frame, as he now played the shot on towards the brown, which seems like he's a little bit straight on this one, with no reds available to him at the lower end of the table without cannoning into them. He may have to just try and get the cue ball a little bit closer to the one on towards the right side rail. I mean, he was playing that cue ball into the zone for the 2 reds, you have to say. And if the reds just below the pin goes into the left corner, he may be able to squeeze some juice out of a couple more out of those reds, because, of course, you remove 1 red in the cluster of 3, all of a sudden you've got all 3 available. So that's going to be something that he certainly won't say no to, especially since removing the cluster of the reds may actually allow him to be heading for a shot into the left middle as well. But for now, he needs to take the red away. He has. How about the position for the colour? Well, I mean, not really understand what is he going to settle for here, because if he's going for the pink, then changes the momentum of the frame first of all, but also it's not an easy shot that he's left himself with. So then it is going to be the case. He's going for the pink. Almost a massive shot there for him. It's not quite going to be the shot for the frame, but it's certainly going to be a shot to improve the condition of the frame there. Now, well, it's a good shot that he's played, but he caught one of the reds there with the cue ball, which is not really going to boost his chances there too much. Now, let's see what the condition is now going to be with the pink. Where would it go? If it goes on the black spot, it's sorted, and that's the case. And as I say, it's sorted there for Zhao Xington. He still needs to play some good shots there, but surely the pink must go to the left corner of the table. Because if it doesn't, then it is going to be the breakover, because he can't be seriously trying to play the positional shot for the pink on the black spot into any other pocket rather than the left or the right corner. But, well, that seems to be the case. So the pink somehow doesn't go into the left corner, and that forces Zhang into taking, or at least considering for now, to be taking a red away into the right middle. Well, I mean, he's put himself 10 points behind there. He's got a couple of reds in a good position. Let's see if he's taken the red away. I don't think he has. And has he left that red available now? I think he has as well. So then, just about catching the front jaw there from that red. He will put Zhang in that position where he could win the frame there from the visit to the table. So I'm just going to have to wait and see what's going to happen there. But Zhao had his opportunity there. He wasn't quite able to get the luck that he needed. Probably to put himself right back in the mix there for having a chance to win the frame. For now, he's going to have to settle for a step backwards there. And a massive shot for Zhang. He's taking that one well. Let's see where the position is going to be for the cue ball. He doesn't want to be straight on the brown. He doesn't want to have too much of the work to do on the blue though. And I think he's exactly in that position, where the brown is straight, or where the blue is a little bit too thin. But, well, I was going to say, surely he can just take the brown there. I mean, the brown being straight is not really going to be a massive issue for him, because he's still going to put himself in a position of the left side cushion there if he plays that shot with plenty of backspin. But clearly got his eyes full of the blue. But in this type of asking, he needs to make sure, first of all, he gets the blue in. But, I mean, that's an interesting way for him to be playing the shot there. I think he got, I mean, surely he wasn't playing for that red on the right side cushion. He was probably the least of the ones they would have expected him to play. But also, I mean, once again, I still can't believe that the pink doesn't go into the left corner. But with Zhang refusing a previous shot like that, and now Zhang clearly not being too happy with the fact that he's actually got the red into the middle available to him, because there's not really a way where you're going to be able to play onto the blue. So then, is it going to be another safety? Is he going to just try and get the red in and get the point? It's not really going to be a meaningful shot there for him to play, and tried to make contact with the pink and some other reds as well. In the end, he got the red in, which was a starting point. He got the contact with the pink, but he didn't really get the pink to be anywhere near the potting zone. So now there will still be, you know, a safety battle there, at least one of them to be had in between Zhang and Zhao Xington. As we now still see Zhao 6-3, but, well, it could be the case, but I think we're still in a very crucial point of the match here, where whoever wins this frame has managed to either turn the match back into their favour, aka Zhao Xington, or of course, he's able to get himself right back in the action there for this particular frame. Zhang there with a good shot if he's got the cover on the reds, which, I mean, he's having a good look at it. He needs to have got the cover on the reds at the left corner, because he's got the cover on pretty much all the other reds, that's for sure. He's got 6 of those at the table. 75 points to play for. 17 is the gap there. And Zhao Xington seemingly is able to see the reds on the right-hand side of the table, but it's not really the one that he would have been looking for, because, I mean, alright, you can see those reds, but what can he do with them without leaving an easy chance away for Zhang? And I'll tell you what, once again, I mean, Zhang's just proving how great of a safety player he is. I mean, he's been absolutely dominating this field so far in the match against Zhao, and that's exactly where, you know, he's been putting Zhao under pressure. Xington there with a very careful shot towards the red. He's going to make contact with one of them, but I don't think that was the red that he was playing for, because, as I said, you make a contact with one of those two, you're always going to leave a red to the right corner. And yeah, he needed to place the cue ball to be onto the black ball cushion. That didn't work out. And now there's a great chance here for Zhang to finally get himself enough points ahead there, so that he's going to clear any danger there from Zhao Xington to be coming back there, because he's 18 points clear. He's got 2 reds at the bottom half of the table there, which probably puts it down to 43 points, which Zhang is probably unlikely to get his hands on until at least be comfortable with getting his hands on there. So he's got 3 more reds after he's taken the first red with the pink. which is now 24 points of a lead. So all he needs to do is to score more than 19 points out of those 3 reds, which should be an easy task for him. But we've said that before, and I've said that before myself, where I thought he was going to be able to stroll towards winning the frame with no issues, but they always seem to catch up to him. And there's still going to be a red on the right-hand side of the table that he needs to be cautious about. Although I think, if he is as smart as I think he is, he probably needs to play that shot now. Because if he misplaces the cue ball, he's going to have the red on the left corner. Well, he's not decided to go for that approach, so whether it's me who doesn't see something, or it's him that clearly just doesn't feel confident in playing that shot, in taking any sort of risks at all. Focused on taking this red away now, which of course is going to be another red, which Zhao is not going to be able to pot there. But ultimately, I think he can't really afford to be allowing Zhao to get back into the frame here when he comes down to back to the table. And this is exactly what I mean there. I mean, he's having a weird look towards the scoreboard, but this is exactly why I said he needed to play for the more dangerous red first, for the more difficult red, I should say, first, and have the other red as an insurance in case, you know, the previous shot's gone wrong, because he was very unlikely to not be on one of them. And all of a sudden, I mean, he got the easy one, right? Well done. Now he got 30 points clear. You're going to be 35 or 36 points clear, depending on which colour you want to take, but you still need that red. So let's see what's it going to be there for him. I mean, he'll probably be happy to be placing the cue ball in a position where it is right now, where he's just going to have a shot into the right corner, which at that point, he still needs a colour after that red, but at the same time, at least it's an opportunity there for Zhang. And I think he'll take anything that gets presented to him here. Well, he's got some sort of angle here, so let's see whether he was just taking a little bit of extra time there. Well, yeah, he played a really good shot there. I don't really understand what was he unhappy about there, because I thought it was straight on the pink, and yeah, played a really good shot there to recover. So then, the break of 19 points. This is not the frame ball, but it's certainly going to be the shot which should win him the frame. If he gets it, and he certainly will. So then, just a careful shot on the pink, which will get him 37. He would be putting him 43 points clear. I've just realised that's probably why he had that delayed reaction. Yeah, I wasn't really following the scoreboard, because the maths that I did was I was happy with. And I thought he's going to have enough points there available, but well, doesn't seem like that's going to be the case here, because there's no way that he's going to get a positional shot from the pink onto those reds. So now then, 43 ahead, 43 at the table. You might say the black is out of position. I might say Zhao he's the player to try and achieve a catch-up. So yeah, I mean, he's certainly going to take a respot at this stage of a frame, but you know, nobody said that you can't have a snooker lined up on one of those reds and you know, put yourself in a position where you're going to be able to win it without a respot. Of course, as I say, it's still a long shot, but we'll have to wait and see on what's actually going to happen there for now. A safety shot from Zhang is going to happen as he makes his 4th highest break of the match there with 26. It's actually going to be higher than the 4th highest break from Zhao there, which to me, it just tells you that even though Zhang has been struggling, Zhao has not been brilliant at all. And the 3-0 lead that he had over Zhang was certainly a little bit misleading, and once again, I don't think he played that shot too well. He needs cover on the yellow. I think he'll get it this time. Oh, I'll tell you what, this could be very nasty for him indeed. I'll tell you what, that's certainly the way. I mean, I don't think that was intentional, because that was way too risky, and also, I mean, the red is actually visible there to Zhang, so it's not that brilliant of a shot, but one thing that he has done, he put a red over the right corner, or pretty much over the right corner, certainly in a very dangerous position there. And he got the other red to be visible there, just about for Zhang, but it's not an easy shot for him to play. And whatever he does, he needs to make sure that cue ball is not going to find the gap, which he has found. But alternatively, you have to say, was that a bit of a tactic there from Zhang, who knows that Zhao is going to need every single one of those 2 reds to take with a black there. So, it's up to you now, Zhao. I think the contact on the second red is going to be inevitable with the cue ball. And of course, the last, well, it was. So then, forget about getting the respot here. He's going to have to go for the pink and achieve the snooker on, well, on the remainder of the frame there. So, 42 points behind, but he's about to take the pink here. So let's see the way that he wants to try and achieve some good results. I don't think there's going to be any harm in him taking the blue on, which he was thinking about. Just get the cue ball even closer towards the red. So let's see whether he wants to get that red to be very much the colour that he pots right now, and then tries to achieve the snooker on the yellow. It remains to be seen. But for now, he certainly seems like he's played for that red to be potted there. Now then, getting on the black wasn't an issue from that red. And now just trying to carefully get that black in towards the corner cell. He got the first part of the task completed. But now, he does find himself 29 points behind with 27 at the table. So the shot on the yellow, clearly trying to get it onto the brown, is going to be the way for him to go. And it's a good effort. He needs that cue ball to slow down behind the brown though, and he didn't. So as much as it was a good effort, it wasn't really good enough to put any real problems there for Zhang because there is a great spine of blue, brown, pink and black all waiting for the cue ball on the yellow, but in the end both of them are going to be on the right hand side of it. So it will be down to Zhang to try and just take the yellow away there from the cue ball, you would think. Presumably try and put it onto the side cushion as well. Let's see if he's got the blue to be in the way of the yellow on the cue ball, which he might have. And of course, Zhang is not really looking for foul points. He's looking for a chance to get him, you know, an opportunity to pot the yellow, which he'll certainly take very kindly. Now then, Zhao was able to see the yellow for a cross double. And I'll tell you what, he needs a good fortunate kiss on the black. And he may have actually got the snooker now lined up on Zhang. And I think he will be able to swerve around it, but I ain't sure about it. And Zhang there just stepping aside to leave the referee to it. Well, no, I don't think he's going to be able to swerve around it. So, two cushions then. Trying to catch the yellow from underneath. Let's see if he gets it. Doesn't have a second effort. He does get it. Very comfortable hit at the end. And not too much of a distance in between the yellow and the cue ball. And I tell you what, I think you know where the white is about to finish, or at least attempted to be finishing there. The pink is going to be quite a large area there for the cue ball to be played in behind of. He needs to be careful with his waistcoat in relation to the green. He's now having a good look at it. Well, I'll tell you what, that green may just put him off there a little bit. So he decided to try and play the cue ball behind the black there. Pace. It's all about the pace. It's all about the precision as well. Zhao Xington is not going to get a better snooker than that. I pretty much can assure you. You would hope from his camp point of view that he's not really going to show the left side cushion as well. Because if he hasn't, I'm not going to say Zhang doesn't have a chance of hitting the yellow. But I am going to say it is about as difficult as he will get if he's unable to get through to the left side cushion, which he can, which makes it 3 times easier. But still not quite as easy as he would like it to be. But a really good shot there on the yellow. Once again, it was a good snooker, but it was a really good escape there. Just about the left side cushion with a little bit of a swerve as well was visible there to Zhang because, I mean, it's difficult to describe how difficult it would have been from the right side cushion to try and hit that one because of the blue being in the way, because of the yellow being so far away from that right side cushion. And for me, you know, already thinking about it at that stage, I thought you might have to try and take the cue ball around the globe out there. As for now, Zhao doesn't seem like he's got any ideas on the yellow, so he's just going to try and pot that one away. As he now finds himself 27 points behind with 25 at the table. So then, he needs a big rest there. He needs a big extension on the cue. So clearly thinking that he's not really going to get anywhere with the yellow, and also with the green to be a problem, he may as well pot the yellow and try and achieve something with the green, which is a tactic, but I think once again he's going to put a lot of effort into the first shot, and that's probably where the whole idea came from. Now then, he needs to put the cue ball to be in a position where the blue and the brown are going to be guarding away the green, and I don't think that's going to be the case, or even close to it. So once again, it's a decent effort there from Zhao Xington, but it's not going to be the one that should, on this occasion, get him some foul points. Zhang, once again, a little bit cautious before he's going to be playing a shot like that, but as you can clearly see, he can very much hit any parts of the green that he wants. From the left, right side, probably going to have to try and pot this one in, which is exactly what he's done. So that should be very much put the frame out of reach there for Zhao. And in the end, make it down to 3-2 there to be the scoreline. So all of a sudden, 3-0, and the fairy tale story is about to come to an end there from Zhao point of view, because I don't think there is any reason for him to come back to this table. He's going to need 2 snookers, and I think he's probably had enough of this one. No, he thinks against it. He still thinks there is going to be something for him to try and achieve. But, yeah, he may have to do that while spotting the brown as well. I mean, I'm not really sure what he's going to be able to achieve with the brown, because he needs 2 snookers and then he's going to be a respot. So, let's see. If you got the snooker here, though, the first shot is always very important for when you come back to the table. And I tell you what, it's not a bad effort. Once again, I don't think he's going to trouble Zhang too much, because of how close the brown is towards the cushion, but ultimately slightly far away, so that there is going to be an extra little bit of room, and he might have actually fluked the brown as well. Referee, get out of the way. And they're both looking at it, and at the end, Zhao, he's going to be coming back to the table. So something that I couldn't see behind their backs was, of course, the brown staying at the table, but I think not for long. I think Zhao is going to have to try and pop this one. No, he decided to try and miss it. Yeah, I don't really think he's going to get anywhere with that one, especially, I mean, he's not really the player that, I mean, obviously he's not doing that to time waste. Probably one of the last players in the tour to be doing that, but, I mean, it clearly feels like he can get something out of the frame, but I'm just, you know, not sure about it. And I think, well, I suppose he's not really getting any sort of momentum into himself, so probably just trying to take the sting out of the match a little bit to an extent, which, as I say, it's not a time wasting, it's certainly a tactic. And it's perfectly fine to be doing that, but, well, I mean, that was a little bit weird there. And I think the brown is finally going to find its way towards the right middle. Zhang doesn't have to worry about, you know, going in off there once. As long as he puts the brown away, I don't think, well, it may come back, but once again, the chances of the cue ball to find the another pocket there will be absolutely slim. So then they should make this one in, and I think Zhang is going to be very much interested into trying to get this frame to be over and done with, and that's exactly what he's done. It is now going to be a break of 4 points, which is going to be enough there for Zhang to take the frame away there from Zhao. So after a very lengthy battle, we are going to see Zhang to narrow the deficit to just a single frame in between themselves, as now carefully goes for a shot on the blue as well. The break of 9 points. You know, once again, it does make you feel like this frame was always very comfortable there, purely from the scoreline point of view for Zhang. But in reality, when he had the cue ball to be lined up in behind the black there, you just felt there may be a lot more to see. But at the end of it all, Zhang was able to recover, and now he won 2 frames in a row. One before the intermission, one straight after as well, and he's put himself certainly right back in the mix. It is Zhao 3, Zhang 2, and the game all of a sudden, he's back to being only 1 frame away from square one. Tell you what, alternative reality there. I mean, Tom Ford was leading Chris Wakelin 2 frames to 1. He's now lost 4 frames in a row there, and he's now 5-2 down there. I'll tell you what, Wakelin certainly storming away there with a couple of really good breaks, you have to say as well. 61, 68, and 69 out there in the latest 3 frames, not really leaving plenty of chances away to Tom Ford as well. So, gonna have to wait and see on what's gonna happen in that particular match. But it does seem like the opponent for either Zhao or Zhang is pretty much all known. The question is, who's actually going to be the one to challenge Chris Wakelin in the second round? And as I say, I mean, Wakelin is just so consistent for me when it comes down to, you know, the lower ranked players, which of course Tom Ford is going to be in comparison to him. And yeah, I mean, I feel like if he improves his percentage of wins against the top 16 players, he would be right in the mix there with someone like Mark Selby, Karen Wilson, or Mark Williams there when it comes to the rankings. Certainly put himself right back into the action of the top 10 as well. So we'll see if that's going to be the case. For now, it's still very much Zhao that has got the lead against Zhang. But for now, I feel like the momentum that he had would have absolutely disappeared, because we haven't really seen that great ability for Zhao to be storming away into an early frame lead and get himself through to a very comfortable situation there when it comes down to winning the frame at a single visit to the table. For now, still something that could happen in the next couple of minutes as we still wait for Zhao to come back towards the table there. Zhang has been waiting there patiently, but the question is, how long is he going to be waiting for another chance? Is he going to be down to just one more opportunity that he needs, or is he going to be down to more mistakes coming in from Zhao Xingtong's point of view? You know, it is going to be interesting though, and we are going to have to wait for that a little bit longer, as we still find ourselves in a position of looking for Zhao Xingtong and hoping that he would come back quite soon. But anyway, as I say, there is still going to be plenty of opportunities for more action to be played in between Zhao Xingtong and Zhang Anda. But for now, it is a break-off shot as we finally find our way towards Zhao Xingtong to come back to the table. He needs to come back to the table with scoring some points as well, not just making a break-off shot, you know, because he was making that break-off shot for the fourth frame with a 3-0 lead. A lot has changed since that point. Zhang was finally able to find himself away from that dangerous spot there. I wanted Zhao to win, but that's the best that Zhang is resisting. Yeah, I think, you know, with Zhang Anda, I think you don't really see him to get absolutely annihilated through the scoreboard. You know, whether it is going to be just that, because I still think that match that they played against each other in the World Grand Prix final, I feel like that scoreline doesn't do any justice to what was happening. I feel like you were just waiting for that machine to finally get some grip into the rear tyres and accelerate away like a race car from Zhao Xingtong's point of view, and Zhang was desperately hanging on to every single one of his frames because it was a bit of a trade-off frames, but Zhao would edge his nose ahead or behind, I can't remember, or it would be the other way around where Zhang would be in the lead, but 2 minutes later, Zhao Xingtong already made a break of 60 points and, you know, he's looking to try and find himself back in play there. I'll tell you what, for a second there, I thought Zhang might have the chance of playing the red into the corner, but that's not going to be the case for now. And the return will have to go back to Zhao Xingtong here as well. So then playing that red very carefully towards the right side cushion. Just as I say that, the timing could not have been any worse. I mean, Zhao Xingtong played it very recklessly into the jaws of the pocket, rattled the cue ball into the jaws of the right corner, made that one to go all the way, and somehow has managed to get away with it perfectly well, because potting the cue ball, probably one of the best things that he could have done there, as soon as the cue ball reached those jaws. So, I'll tell you what, that certainly was a tactic to play a safety shot. And, I mean, of course, you're not allowed to foul on purpose through WPBSA, but it was about as close as you would get to seeing that foul sometimes. Can be one of the best things that you can do as well. But, of course, you know, joking aside there, he's put himself under pressure for no reason, because there's still going to be a ball in hand for Zhang, and he's still got a long red to be taken. So he was missing those shots in the fourth frame. I think that's about to change now. He's got plenty of confidence, and, well, I'll tell you what, his luck hasn't really changed, because even though he got that red really nicely into the corner, playing that cue ball across for the black didn't really work for him. And, yeah, after all that, it's going to be only 5 points that Zhao Xingtong is going to lose. Also, that horrible blunder that he has put himself under threat for. But it's still going to be a shot for the brown to be taken on towards the left side cushion. And now it's Zhao Xingtong that has got the chance to get himself right back in the action there as well. So still looking for an opportunity to get that red away in towards the left corner. But ultimately doesn't want it to be anywhere near the pocket. But also wants to concentrate on bringing that cue ball towards a safe place, and ideally wants to try and block off considerable number of those reds with the yellow, which is exactly what he's done actually. So he's almost like he was listening. But of course he's got better things to do out there, but he has left one of those long reds, but I think we're going to have to seriously cut down on those unless there is a clear-cut angle to take the cue ball to the top side of the table, because you're not going to be playing for the zone for the black there. Although, I mean, just as I say that, this is the zone for Zhao Xingtong to try and make this red in. But once again, I mean, this time he has got the angle to try and take the cue ball towards the blue with backspin or towards the blue with topspin. Well, we dropped that red. Wow, what a shot that is. I mean, I literally said a shot ago, we're not going to see shots there long-range shots that are going to be seeing the cue ball to go for the black. Well, Zhang thinks he can do it, and I don't think he can. Surprised with that. I mean, I was excited there because he played such a brilliant long raid, but I mean, there's a reason why I said you don't really expect to see a positional shot for the black there. He's missed the black, and now it's going to be all down to the red for Zhang. The black is going to be waiting for him in the pocket, and I feel like he may be just a couple of shots and a couple of frames ago there. We should have seen those shots from Zhao Xingtong, but not now. I think he needs to steady the ship badly, but yeah, I mean, it's difficult to criticize him because he's played such a brilliant long-range shot into the corner, and then he's completely compromised himself. But Zhang still, I mean, absolutely fine what he was trying to achieve there. Absolutely not fine that he wasn't able to get anywhere near the target. He was trying to use that black as the cover point for him to send the cue ball straight into the bunch of reds. He missed them entirely on the top end. So he's now going to find himself very much close to the ball cushion with now 12 points of a lead, but now 2 chances that he had, and he was only able to score 13 points out of them in total. Could still go for a long shot into the corner, but it's basically going to have to be treated as a new break for him, and he won't do that. He clearly feels that Zhao Xingtong may be, leaving him something better, whether it's going to be down to a mistake or down to with the attacking shot or down to a safety shot misjudgment. Tell you what, he certainly got the reds to be quite flowing away from each other. Well, I mean, one of the reds is actually once again in prime chance there for Zhao to go for it into the corner. That's exactly why he's going to be absolutely looking at that red here. So let's see if that will be the case. A little shake of the head there as if to say it's not quite as easy as it looks. A little smile at the end. So let's see what's it going to be. I think he is taking that red with attacking fashion there, but now just thinks against it again. And he's going to have to go for a safety shot instead. Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to comment on that for me because I don't really see the way that he gets on the collar. But if he's taking that red on there, he won't be for a safety. That much I can tell you. But he's just clearly not sure with something. And he might be down to trying to get through to the lowest red of the two. And he might just not be sure if he can actually do that, or if he's going to catch the other red first. Well, I'll tell you what, talk about powering your way through. He certainly did that, but is he going to have anything to show for it? He may do. He may do indeed, because that was a brilliant long-range shot that he's played. He got a contact on the yellow. The referee's waving to the fans again. So, is he trying to pop the yellow into the corner? No, he wasn't. He's just trying to carefully nudge that cue ball towards the yellow. So, I think this is where he sort of had the reality kickstart there, and I think he's realised that he should finally stop putting himself on the back foot despite playing some brilliant long shots, and for once try and get some sort of feedback, which is going to be positive for him after taking such a high value of a risk shot there, because let me tell you, so much power, it's difficult for you to control where the cue ball's going to go. The minute mistake on that previous shot there, trying to catch that red a little bit too thick, you catch the other red, and this is where you're going to say goodbye to the control. And for him to make that shot with so much power, still get the cue ball to the bold colours, was very, very impressive. And now it is Zhang that he's going to find himself in a position which is going to be a little bit less so impressive, in behind the yellow, and ultimately looking to try and make this position work there for himself. Whether he will be able to do that, God knows. But I think he is looking at the left side cushion first, or right side cushion next. And this is where my knowledge is going to end there, because I don't really think... I think he needs to do the other way around. Yes, exactly. He needs to go onto the right side cushion first, and onto the left side cushion. It's a brilliant shot there. And, let's see now what Zhao Xingtong is going to be thinking of this one. He's certainly going to acknowledge it. And, I mean, the difficulty about that shot was seeing the line, because you've got 2 side cushions that you're going to have to make your way through, and you go from being right at the top of the table to being basically alongside the pink. So it's quite a long distance to travel, but I think the most important factor is Zhao there. Not perfect, but not too bad, actually quite good in relation to the cube. I think his way of striking the ball there just leaves the white with traveling quite a long distance there, but with a very little force, which you feel like is going to stop anytime soon. So I felt like it was going to stop way above the yellow, way below the yellow, I should say. But it's gone all the way to be somehow in behind the yellow in relation to the reds on the right-hand side. Still plenty of reds on the left side available though to Zhang, who needs to play a good safety of his own. And, well, I think Zhao will tell you if it's a good enough safety there. He certainly is from the cue ball's point of view. But there is going to be a red available into the right corner. But I think, yeah, that shot screams off, I'm playing the red and I don't know where the cue ball's going to go, which is not really what it's all about. But Zhao is still thinking about it, which just shows you that he's quite thin on options when it comes down to the safety to be played. And he's decided to go for quite an aggressive shot there as well, which should put a red over the right corner, and it did. The question is, has he got the cover on the green? And there's the answer. He's got the perfect cover on the green. So, now this is pressure on Zhang, because is he going to have to go for a very much a long-range plant of one red being alongside the blue, the other one being in the pocket? Or is he going to have to go for a sort of an attacking shot on the red? I'm not really considering for him to be playing safe here, because he doesn't really have the luxury of many of those reds available. But also, I think with that red to be over the pocket, there's always a chance that he gets into a similar position to the one that Xington has managed to produce. But I think that chance is slim. So I think it all comes down to taking the red into the left corner. I think that's what he's aiming at. Can he pot it? No, he can't. Can he fluke something? Plenty of reds at the table. He's not going to be able to fluke anything out there. And now a chance that Zhao Xington has been waiting long and hard for. And he's going to be looking to try and pot some easy reds first before potentially be called as the favourite for the frame. Because I still think he's going to be very rusty when it comes down to match play. Based on the previous two frames and the intermission in between. I feel like he needs some really good shots there when it comes down to some easy shots for him to play. And I think, don't want to speak before he puts the first red and black combination. That's always the reference point for me. When you take the red and the black away, that's when the real break starts. And yeah, I mean, the position is brilliant. You're not going to dream of a better position, especially for someone like Zhao Xington. In around the black, the pink is available into 3 of the pockets, I think. The blue is available into the left corner as well. And you can easily put yourself in a position where you're going to have 7 reds taken away with high value colours with no real effort as well. It's taken 2 reds with 2 blacks. And now, of course, if he gets himself 4-2 ahead, I'm not going to say it's back to the same scenario as it was 3-0, because I think we're not seeing Zhang struggle as much, which always helps massively to the player that is, you know, ahead. If your opponent is struggling and you're not playing well, I think you would always prefer that for you playing all right and your opponent not playing well to you playing well and your opponent playing all right, because that could always change. And if they're going to be, well, you could say the other thing could always change as well, but I think this is lesser of a chance for that to be the case. But I think if your opponent finds a form and you've been playing quite well, as I said, there's very few instances where both of the players can be playing some great snooker. I think the only couple of matches are going to be like Weezer against Ronnie last season, Ronnie against Ronnie against Higgins in the World Championship, Zhao against Murphy to a certain extent, and I think we've seen one this season already, Jack against Trump in the Northern Ireland Open, and I think we've seen this one this season. It was in the semi-finals. I'm trying to think which one it was. Yeah, I think it was Karen and Zhao. I think that's why I think you can make a point that Zhao had a really good campaign at the Shanghai Masters. Played 3 matches, won 2. And, lost with a very narrow gap there, as he now finds himself to be in a gap which is going to be a little bit, thicker than that. 28 points of a lead, still 67 at the table. These games, Zhao will win 4 frames to 2. Well, listen, it looks like it, but there's still going to be plenty of things for him to try and encounter on his way to be winning the frame, because, as I say, he's had 7 reds in a very easy position there. I think he's about to go for the 6th one, and that was never going to win you the frame, and then was always going to put you as a favourite for the frame, absolutely, but as he's now looking to try and make another break here for 50 plus points. Taking that red away and now playing for the blue in towards the left part of the table. So 59 points at the table and 39 being the gap there. He needs 2 more reds with the colour in between. So 3 shots there in between Zhao and winning the frame. He got the first red in. He wants to be top side of a black though. I don't think he will be, and that's why he's having a bit of a nervous look towards the scoreboard. He's going to be 47 points clear if he gets the black in with 51 at the table. So still quite a bit of work to do for him. And he decided not to try his luck on the reds into the black ball cushion there. He feels like the shot along the side cushion may be a better choice there, which, I mean, once again, I think it's down to the specifics of the pockets there. But this time around, it's a good shot there from Zhao. But I think that's a little bit weird that we're basically getting to the point where we're encouraging the players to be taking a shot along the side cushion, which traditionally I think have been the more difficult shots there, apart from the ones, you know, along the black ball cushion. Who's playing, if they're still playing on table 2? Well, Wakelin and Tom Ford were playing on table 2. Wakelin was 2-1 down. He found himself being a 5-2 of a lead, so I don't think they're playing. I think Wakelin would have got himself over the finish line. So then Zhao, of course, got himself over the finish line here. Can he go for a double? He can, but he can't make it. And in the end, he will be 55 points. I don't think there is reason for Zhang to come back. He may decide to do that. He decided against it though. It will be a break of 66 points, which is good enough there for Zhao to get himself a frame on the board. And now, let's have a look how things are going on the second table. Tom Ford actually took a frame away there from Chris Wakelin, so it's not quite all over. Wakelin had a break of 43 points, which was matched and raised there to 76 points of a break from Tom Ford. So Tom Ford is still battling away there. And I'll tell you what, Ford had a 1 match and 1 win against Zhao last season. So let's see if he's going to be able to get himself another encounter here. Of course, that was before Zhao was able to win any of the ranking events last season. So a lot has changed since then. But, you know, Tom Ford might say that he's improved his own game by quite a bit of a margin. But, of course, for now, we're still going to find ourselves in a position of, well, uncertainty, I would say. But ultimately, probably down to, you know, what are we actually going to witness from Zhao? Because that was better. Whether it was good enough for him to say, you know, he can take the match like that, probably not quite. I think still, he's been able to raise his game from the 2nd gear to the 3rd gear. And now he just needs to try either and stay in that 3rd gear or put himself in gear 4. And hopefully for him, that one, of course, will put some more pressure onto Zhang Ander as well. We'll see if that's going to happen. But for now, we're still seeing more of the action there as Wakelin is ready to break up. We're so far away then, by the way. I mean, we started at the same time. They're starting off 9 frame. We're only just about going to start the 7 frame out there. So we're 2 frames behind. And it's been 2.5 hours. I mean, yeah. So basically, with those 6 frames, it has taken us as much as it has per session for the final in between themselves, which I think we had 8 frames in the first... No, I think we had 9 frames in the first session. So we genuinely are 3 frames behind the pace that both of the players were showing in the final of the World Grand Prix, which I'm not sure what that's down to. More pressure. Well, yeah, but more pressure usually we get in the final. And yet that was quicker. Interesting. Guys, sorry, but as I say, new policy in the chat. I have been getting full emails there of, you know, your chat shares unacceptable and very much, what's it called? The language which is not suitable for the children and for the people under 18, basically. And I am labeling my content as accessible for others, which means there's a lot of swearing in the chat. And if, you know, you're going to have English as your second language, which I'm still very far from being native at, I'm certainly going to struggle with trying to capture a message which could still be translated nicely on towards the Google Translator, because it's not meant to be translated swear words. And, you know, in reality, it could still mean something very, very different out there. So for now, as I said, in community guidelines, it is going to be English only in the chat. You're more than welcome to get your message into the Google Translate and then put it in the chat there. But unfortunately, that's the only way, because, you know, if you get overwhelmed with those messages from YouTube, all in all, they'll either restrict your content for a certain amount of time, or they will just ban streaming from you, so, which is not really something that you want to have. And at the end, it will be a shot which Zhao Xingtong would have been looking for. Well, I'll tell you what, I thought the previous frame might just unlock that ability for him to be playing those long raids into the corner, but for now, it's not really going to be something there. The first comment was not respectful at all, to be totally clear with everyone in the chat. Well, there you go. You see Letitia, because I've got two screens ahead of me. I've got the scoreboard and I've got the thing of the actual match there. I can't really be on the Google Translate there and backwards. So, I mean, I'm absolutely fine with people, you know, not knowing English is the first language, but I don't really have anything else that I'm going to do. And unfortunately, that's the line. And we've got a brilliant moderator in the chat, but once again, you can't really expect Letitia to be having to do all that work. And as I say, even if you put that phrase in a Google Translate, it may still come out as a perfectly fine language. And then, you know, on the other hand, you may very much see the hidden message behind it, which, you know, only a native speaker of that same language, which may be looking at the chat there, as Zhao Xingtong plays a brilliant safety there, gets himself completely out of question. I'm there to go translate, but yeah, you're too fast. Well, once again, as I say, it's unfortunately Google Translate is going to have to be in the past, because we've tried that route, and 10 warnings later from YouTube, I think it's going to have to be English only for now, but we'll see what's going to happen in the future. For now, we're in the now, and it's a very risky shot there from Zhang. Just about gets the red that he was playing for, because if he got any lower on the cue ball's point of view, he could have easily gone for the red, which could have been put over the right corner, and that would have given a chance away for Zhao Xingtong. But ultimately, of course, with him going for that red into the corner, you know, he didn't really have to pay any price with that, because that red's going to a safe place. So, you know, we'll see what's going to happen. But, yeah, for now, I still think we're very much on track there with my prediction of 6 frames to 3 being on target. I think I've done really well with predictions in Shanghai Masters. I think I've done really crap with predictions at the China Open so far. I think the only match that I got right was... that one was certainly not a great shot there from Zhang. As I was trying to remember the match, he absolutely swung that one away. I tell you what, I mean, he still probably left this red available there, but it's about as awkward as it could have been there for Zhao. It's borderline and not being worth to be taken, but I think he'll attempt it. Place the cue ball. Well, I mean, where's he going to place the cue ball then? Is he going to just try? Yeah, I mean, you're probably going to have to. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I feel like it's actually going to be a safety shot for him to play. But that's why Zhao Xingtong is the world champion, and I'm sat here and absolutely commentating on his match there. Brilliant shot, and at the same time, you know, he did put the cue ball into the zone where, apart from the red that he was playing for, he couldn't really give anything away. Just had to be careful with the shot on the black, and he wasn't careful enough there. He misses the black, and now, once again, as he was in the previous frame, he wasn't punished for it at that time. Zhang wasn't able to score some good points for himself, but this time around, once again, after a brilliant red, a horrible black comes. And, well, listen, those pockets have been pretty generous, but I'll tell you what, not really been too generous to Zhao Xingtong. That much I can tell you. Especially when he was attempting to pot the colours. Yeah, just not good enough there, he says to himself in Chinese, as the camera goes back onto his face, and he's got plenty of time there to think about what has gone wrong with that shot, but yeah, he's not going to have another opportunity like that, you feel, because that was a brilliant chance. And of course, the problem with that is that the brilliant chance doesn't really, you know, just say, oh, well, you didn't take it, well, I'm going to have to come back later for you. It gives itself away to Zhang now. Already has got 7 points of a lead. Now he needs to be a little bit cautious here with this particular red, because it's not really the one that you want to get rid of straight away, because it's quite a difficult shot there. But as soon as you do, and he has now, it does put you in a clear air of 2 reds available after you scored 16 points now on the black. Probably not going to be able to stay on the black for now. But yeah, 15 points is the difference in between Zhang and Zhao Xingtong. So then, a very careful shot on the cue ball, and then he should be lined up for the blue. Now, I'll tell you what, he still had to do a bit of a work there on that red. He played that really, really well down to the center of the pocket there, but I mean, I was a little bit surprised when I seen the way that he was playing for that red. Obviously cautious of not overrunning it, but he has left himself with plenty of work to do. But good news for him. Taking that red straight into the heart of the pocket certainly helped. I don't think this shot helped though. Well, he's having a bit of a nervous look towards it, and he will feel like ages until he gets to the left part of the table. He still feels like he can get through to the red, which I'm not so sure about. But obviously, if he feels like he pots, then he probably does. A little bit of a stretch. Not a massive issue, at least shouldn't be. But the issue would be if he's going to be straight on the black here. I mean, I think he's got the reds, the lowest of the pack there, which he can take into the corner, but he still needs an angle for it, which he does have. So then, that's the way for him to try and probably keep the break going. Still needs that cue ball to be so straight as he possibly can be. And I think that's going to be just about good enough. Because, well, I mean, forcing that cue ball through the reds is not really going to be an easy thing to... I think he has to go for backspin. He thinks otherwise. He's playing top... Well, no, in the end, he did go for the backspin shot. He just a little bit closer to the centre there. So just a little bit of a stun. Maybe a little bit of left-hand side. Didn't really work out too well, though, you have to say. Only got one of those reds to be on open play. And even that one gone too close to the side cushion to be played for here. To call that one a comfortable shot. So then Zhang, being slightly higher than usual on the black, having to go with quite an aggressive shot on the reds. And, well, I mean, he's not happy. I don't really understand why. Because I think he's got a red into the left middle. Yes, he's not the one that he was, hoping for. But still, I suppose, the more you look at it, and of course, the mental point of him, not fancying that shot there clearly gets to your head as well. It wouldn't be easy to get on the collar, but I still think he can take this one on there. And I would be very surprised if he doesn't go for this red. I mean, he's looking more and more towards the red into the green pocket, which, I mean, these have been the shots which you can't miss, really, so far in the China Open. I've only remember Ronnie missing one of them against Jackson Page, so let's see. Yeah, once again, this one is going to make the target. He's not quite perfectly lined up for the ping, but should be able to recover on this occasion. And behind the referee, I think there are going to be some reds, which, well, I mean, I was going to say waiting for him, not really. I think he's going to have to play for the reds. I mean, where the pink is going to be respotted is also going to be a massive factor there, but he's got a massive shot on the pink. And he's taken that one well into the back end part of the middle pocket. And yeah, he's now going to be lined up for the red here. So he seems like he's managed to recover the position from, not being nowhere, but certainly being a little bit of a struggle. And now 44 points clear, 91 of the table. He's nearly into the 50% zone, but with, I tell you what, that's going to be close to the front jaw. No, that was all right. So I think that was just the angle. Once again, I mean, I am fuming with the broadcast. Why they do not show you a different camera angle? It's just beyond me because, and also, why is it so far away from the table? I mean, that China Open banner is brilliant and it's very beautiful, but it's not really what it's all about, is it? I mean, you don't really get that at the Crucible or at the UK Championship when they're actually showing you the proper table rather than showing you the banner of what's going to be happening in the background as well. Anyway, if you get back from the moaning and think about what Zhang has managed to achieve, he certainly managed to achieve 53 points there, and yet another break of 50 plus for him. So, I mean, it was crucial there for Zhao to try and stop that momentum in the previous frame, but he does seem like that costly mistake on the black there, he's not really going to be able to get away with it on this time of asking. Of course, he did the same mistake in the previous frame, and he was let off the hook there by Zhang. But this seems like it will be a different story, although there's still work to do. There is still, I think, 2 more raids that he needs to pot, which, tell you what, it's not as easy as it looks. Yeah, he's going to have to pot 2 more raids there if he's going for the brown, because the brown will put him 57 points clear, and he won't be more than 67 points clear before, getting 2 of those reds away, which means, there is a red in open play. It's not quite as easy as getting on it as it may seem, or we play the cannon into those reds, and I think he got the perfect result once again. This time the body language suggests that he's not happy with something, but surely that was a shot that won him the frame. Because now, as I said, he needed 2 reds, and he's about to find those 2 reds, as he now gets one of them to be disappearing into the corner. So, a very quick frame there by Zhang, it would seem. Also, yet another mistake there from Zhao Xington, way too inconsistent, and for me, showing even more of those errors there when it comes down to for them to come out of nowhere. He's managed to recover with them sometimes when he's been playing some brilliant shots after that, but still, you have to say, if it wasn't for those unforced errors from Zhao Xington's point of view, on at least some of those occasions, he could have easily been through towards the second round and probably playing Wakeland. I know Ford managed to take a frame away from him, and he's about to take another frame away from him, so, I mean, Zhang Anda might find himself in a position of him trying to get back in the action. Tom Ford is about to do the same thing. And the 5-2 is about to turn into 5-4 out there. As meanwhile, Zhang pots the black there. So gets himself into a break of 72 points, which incredibly now means that Zhang Anda has got the 2 highest breaks in the match there. And also, he's got more total points than Zhao Xington, despite being 4-3 down, no matter what happens at the end of this frame. So, as I say, it shows you all the close frames have been won by Zhao Xington, and this is why I say it was all down to him finding those brilliant shots at the end, especially in frames number 1, 3, and probably number 6 as well. Down to that there. So Zhang just looking to try and find himself with a position of potting the red away. He won the frame. He's Zhang in top 16. Not really. I mean, you don't get any ranking points for winning the frame there, but he's outside of the top 16. He's the world number 19 with, I think, 350,000 worth of points. I can't remember, really. There you go, there's your answer. There you go. 358 to be precise, which is pretty much 3 times less there in comparison to Zhao Xington, who's got 1,100,000 of that. And so, that was a massive mishit there on the black, so we're not going to see a century break, but it was still going to see a lovely little break there of 81 points. And it will be all down to a chance here for Zhang to be very much 1 frame away there from Zhao Xington 20. You might be looking at the live rankings because sometimes they do give you a pre-released version of what's going to happen, but let's have a look. So what does it say here? Live, he is number 18. So you've got the other way, Letitia. On the live rankings, he is going to be the world number 18, which of course depends on how many ranking points you would get for the Xi'an Grand Prix performance. And I can see that someone like, well, it doesn't really matter there. I mean, someone like Mark Cullen would lose a lot because, of course, he's not really playing in this tournament. So he's not going to be able to get any ranking points for now or in Wuhan later on. But yeah, Chip Chai is not really going to be getting any luck with that either because he's going to drop down from the world number 18 to world number 20. But ultimately, as I say, it is all down to Zhang to try and take that performance to a whole next level, get himself back to have the same number of frames there as is Zhao Xington, and all of a sudden, you find yourself in the really position. Top 16 is where you don't need to qualify. Well, it depends, Bask, because... Or Bask, let me know. China Open was probably one of the only tournaments in the last 14 months where we didn't see anyone qualify. I mean, obviously excluding the ranking events and excluding the Triple Crown events. But I think these are the only 3. English Open requires top seeded players to play qualifying. British Open does. Xi'an Grand Prix does. German Masters does. All the home nations obviously do. International Championship do require you to play qualifying. Champion of Champions, obviously invitational. German Masters I mentioned. World Grand Prix, well, yeah, and the Players Series. I mean, you're not going to play qualifiers for the events which only top 16 players qualify for. So, yeah, still plenty more do. I don't think that was the case previously, though, because I don't remember, Ronnie having to play those qualifying matches. I think they sort of reached the agreement where they're obviously not going to rush someone like Trump to go from China to Leicester to play a single match for the qualifiers. What they do is when the tournament is actually going to be held in China or in England, whatever, top 16 players don't play an extra match of qualifying 2 months before. They play like an extra match right before the tournament starts. So if you start you know, the tournaments, for example, you start the China Open at the start of August. They played qualifying. Luca Brissell played qualifying match against Stuart Bingham in June, 2 months before. Well, yeah, for this tournament, the top 16 players don't have to play the qualifying rounds, but if they did, it would be 1 day beforehand. So like the wildcard against Hossein Mofei and like a wildcard against Anthony McGill. So they would do exactly the same thing, but they would obviously spread it out like an extra day there for them. So I think that may actually be down to that as well. I think China Open, because it's sort of returned like a place there. Zhao Xingtong goes for a break-off shot and seems to put the cue ball quite nicely to the top edge of the table. I think it may also be down to, we've only seen 2 tables to be used at the same time there, which may be down to when you have got top 16 to be playing qualifiers, you need 4 tables minimum. Because you've got top 16 to be playing like an extra round, which all the lower seeds would have played for separately, like 2 months before. And that's why you need the lower seeds to be playing the main draw, and then the top 16 players to be playing like a round before that, you know, if you know what I mean. Because they decided to stay at home when the lower seeds were playing that particular match. But, well, Zhang Anda feels like he needs to have a little bit of aggression in himself. I'll tell you what, you don't really want to be playing a shot like that against Zhao Xingtong there, because there is a chance for him to go for the red into the yellow pocket. As I said, those have not really been seen to be missing, but way too close to the cue ball to call it a comfortable shot there. Let's see how close it's going to be. It's going to be close. It wasn't comfortable, but still, it was such a stupid mistake there from Zhang. Because, I mean, listen, if he makes that one in, I'm saying what a great shot it was, but wow, I mean, you can't be serious with that one. Zhao Xingtong has missed another block off the spot there, but surely now you have to ask some questions. If the previous 2 had some sort of difficulty on them, I mean, this is unmissable. I mean, this is absolutely unbelievable there. 3 blacks off the spot that he missed after having a brilliant long red in the previous 3 frames. He's done that in frame number 6. Frame number 7, well, I'll tell you what, Zhang, I know it's a long shot, but you've got absolutely no right to miss this one. He will sense blood, and he will sense that he can knock out the world champion here. He missed it. Let's see if he's going to leave it over the middle. And he won't. But he's still going to have another red. Well, that's poor from Zhang, because that crisis is not going to last forever there. You need to be at the right place at the right time. And if Zhao Xingtong takes this red away, well, the black is certainly not going to be the colour that he misses because it's in the pocket. But let's see the reaction of him. And the reaction is brilliant. Potting that red nicely. Still, for how far away he is from the black there, it won't be simple to get on the red. But it's a brilliant shot that he's played on that red into the corner. Now then, looking to try and get this. I mean, can he try and do a Zhang Anda? Play the black and play the cue ball into the part of the reds. That's what he's done. But as Zhang, he didn't really get contact with any of the reds. And if anything, he's going to pot the cue ball, it would seem. Yep. Well, I mean, the black saga continues there. I said he can't miss the black. I didn't really say that he cannot pot the cue ball alongside the black there. Well, yeah, I mean, it just seems like any one of the players that gets some sort of momentum in themselves is going to be able to get quite far here. But I mean, I say this about Zhang. He's been consistently better than Zhao Xingtong throughout the entire match there. Whatever you think about it, whatever you think about 3-0, he was consistently better than him, despite playing horrible, and that doesn't make sense. But if you take away brilliant shots from Zhao Xingtong at a very key moment, and you take away horrible shots at the very key moment for Zhang, it would have been 4-0 for Zhang in the first 4 frames there. So yeah, you have to wonder how Zhao Xingtong still finds himself in the lead of 4-3 frames. But at the same time, you have to wonder how the gap has not been extended from 3-0 to even more. So Zhang is about to go for another red into the corner. Let's see if he makes this one in. And he will. Brilliant shot there from Zhang. Credit when he's due. And of course he's not really going to be looking to try and repeat the story from Zhao Xingtong's point of view. And, make a mistake, I should say, on the ping, but it's still going to be interesting to see where the ping is actually going to go there. Whether he's going to go on its own spot, I still think it's going to be out of equation for a while. But yeah, I mean, what started as a very comfortable match there for Zhao Xingtong has turned into a bit of a nightmare. And if he loses this frame, I'm not going to say he becomes an underdog, but I'm also going to say I can't really see him winning the match. I mean, like, just look at the way that he won the 6th frame. Where did it all start for him? Well, once again, I still remember that brilliant long raid after me saying, well, I don't expect anyone to be playing for the black there. He's taken a risky long shot, which he made brilliantly well. He's played for the black, which was difficult. He wasn't able to take that one away. The next frame, same story, brilliant long raid. The black, which is slightly above the, well, not a long raid, it was a raid into the green pocket. But it was then a black, which he was slightly high for, yes, I agree. But he still should make it in, and if he doesn't, you know, Zhang show him how it's done with a break of 80 points to respond. But this frame, the fact that he had the black on the spot, and then he had the black over the corner pocket that he was playing for, and he's got 2 points on the board, is absolutely baffling. But he just reminds you of that UK Championship match, and even though he got more frames on the board this time, I think he lost that one 6-2 or whatever, and he was playing dreadful, but he ain't playing any better here. And, well, we didn't really see that in Shanghai because of the brilliance of the opposition, but we're certainly seeing the worst match of Zhao Xingtong's campaign so far in the season. He's played a couple in the Championship League, but, you know, I think the opposition players were different at that stage as well. But ultimately for Zhang, I tell you what, he's certainly taking a lot of time on here. But you can understand why. Because he's got 2 more reds available to him, and then he's going to have to do the least, the task that he's going to be the least happy with, I should say. And of course, that being to send the cue ball into the bunch of reds there. It hasn't worked out. I would say it's worked out probably on 50% of the occasions, which is not a nice number. And, well, he felt like that was maybe the time for him to try and play the cue ball into the reds, but that's a little bit weird for what he's done there, because he may still be on the red below the ping there, but he certainly put himself out of position for the cue ball way too close to the side cushion. So, you know, let's see what's going to happen. And he's going to miss the red, that's what's going to happen. So, I mean, as I say, you feel like with Zhang, you get some sort of momentum in against struggling Zhao Xingtong, but yeah, he's unable to do anything that would make you feel like he's going to be playing half decent. Yes, you could always bring up the breaks of 70 and 80 points, but if you look at that position, I mean, anyone on the professional tour should be able to get 70 points out of that. And that's why I don't give any credit for Zhao Xingtong's break of, I think it was 60 points, which won him the 6th frame, basically, I think. Because that was a straightforward position as about as he can get there for him. And it would have been a massive waste. 66 points, there you go. It was a good break, but you wouldn't expect anyone else to sort of make a mistake throughout those type of shots. But, you know, need to try and get yourself in a position where, you know, the weirdest thing is, Zhang doesn't really have anything right now in his locker that would make you feel like, you know, he's playing well. He's playing a little bit more consistent than Zhao Xingtong, but on Zhao Xingtong, well, the safeties are absolutely a thing there for Zhang, but I mean, the thing about safeties is they don't really win you frames in most of the occasions. They might give you a chance, but if you don't take that chance away, there's not a lot you can do with a safety play. But safety is absolutely brilliant there for Zhang. Not bad for Xingtong either. I'm going to have to try and put a little bit of difference there in between the names, because you can easily get confused in who am I praising and who am I actually criticizing there. But yeah, I think Xingtong has got some brilliant shots in him, but at the same time, I think he plays some absolute stinkers at the same time, like that. Let's see if he's going to pay the price for this one, though. He's been pretty unlucky so far in the match, but I think that's about to change, because that was very, very fortunate there, because if the cue ball gone a little bit further, as he was trying to play from a snooker situation once again, led through a safety there from Zhang, and playing for a contact from the reds on 2 cushions. Got the contact, but at the same time, didn't get the cue ball to be anywhere near the position that he was looking for in relation to the cue ball. And of course, got way too much of a portion of that red. And now Zhang was going to have to be basically just cleaning up the pieces there. Clean that same red away from the top part of the table. And that's exactly why he tried to put the cue ball there. I think Zhao has got a straightforward safety shot, which could turn out to be an attacking shot as well. Well, I say could. He didn't. And he needs now to be hoping for the blue to come in between the cue ball and the red, which he won't. So once again, it is a safety that, out of nowhere, absolutely works there for Zhang. Because he didn't really put a lot of pressure there on Xington, but yeah, you just feel like it is weird to be seeing Zhao to be struggling so much there, because I always thought, from what I've seen of Weezer and Zhao Xington's campaigns in 2025 and 2026, I always thought Weezer is such a Luca Brissell to me, and I mean that with all the praise in all the best way, and not necessarily what happened to Brissell, but I genuinely thought Zhao could be someone like Selby when he comes, or Wilson, or Trump, when he comes down winning that Crucible title and just going on an absolute run there. And he just seems like he's so inconsistent there sometimes. As Zhang there, once again, just as I say about inconsistency, messed up another position, scoring just 8 points on the break. Yeah, but I thought he was going to be Weezer that's going to struggle to win matches ever since he's won the championship, but yet he's the one grabbing those deciders, being brilliant under pressure, which I probably wouldn't criticize Xington for. I don't think he's bad under pressure. I don't think he's a match for Weezer, by the way, which is strange. But, well, let's see if Zhang is able to recover here. Clearly feels like he needs to go for those type of shots to redeem himself. And for now, he was able to do that pretty well. Still, not ideally lined up on the blue. This guy broadcasting is hard to listen to. You always have the chance and the option, which is very nice of me, that I leave you with. You can hit on the cross and you can close the tap. And then you don't have to worry about this annoying guy with a horrible voice. Not being attractive either. But anyway, come back to Zhang here. He's playing some really good shots there to recover from misjudgment of the positional play there. And now he's about to find himself 12 points on the break. And ultimately, of course, the previous shot there that seemingly has run himself out of position has managed to open up a couple more of those reds to be available. So 32 now is the lead. Average break is still going to be slightly down on what we've seen from Zhao Xington, but at the same time, a lot more points that he scored. But look at that. I mean, once again, where did that come from? From Zhang Anda this time around. Well, 32 points clear or not, you can't really afford to be making a mistake like this in such a crucial frame. Well, now still, it's not an easy opener there for Zhao Xington, because of course Zhang was playing for the black there off the red. So this is where just a single shot there could kickstart a campaign. But I mean, of course, the alternative for Zhang was he misses out on the red. He's playing for the color, so he hasn't really left anything easy. But the alternative for Zhao, he misses the red. He leaves that one over the corner pocket. So let's see what's going to happen. But of course, sorry, I mean, he's the one playing for the black, for the colour as well. I understand that. But, you know, the power that he was playing the previous shot with was always going to be a contrast to what we've seen from Zhang. And, well, I'll tell you what, he's smiling about it as he misses another red. He seemed like he was going to be back onto the reasonable side there, Zhao Xington, but he decided to take a step towards the dark side, and it didn't work. He hasn't left the sitter away into the right corner, but I think he has left the sitter away into the yellow pocket there. So, once again, Zhang unpunished for that mistake, and Xington will be very disappointed with the way that he has played this match. Overall, not even going to exclude the first 3 frames. I think he has been way below average, and I think it's probably the worst match I've seen of him since... I mean, if you count the sessions against Murphy, yeah, I still think that's worst. I think the second or the third sessions was quite poor from Zhao. I think the second one probably, or even the first one, I can't remember, not the third one. But I think you probably have to come back to match against Tom Ford in the German Masters, where he was just way below his best. Now, let's see what happens here then, as Zhang seems to have got away with it, but, I mean, he's going to have to be hoping for a bit of luck there. That is absolutely horrible there for Zhang Anda, and I'm going to explain exactly what happened there. He played the blue he had the cue ball on the wrong side of the blue, so naturally, you're going to have to play the shot around the globe. The blue has to get respotted somewhere. The cue ball gone exactly onto the blue ball spot there. Well, you feel like the pink is out of position. The pink spot might be available. No, it's not. Therefore, all the spots are taken. The blue has to be respotted somewhere. Where does it get respotted according to the rules? Exactly below its spot, which is where the cue ball is, which means Zhang has found himself in the most nasty snooker you could find yourself in. So that's horrible, but at least he's got 38 points of a lead to try and hold on to. I mean, he clearly feels like he can get through to the side cushion to play this shot with just a single cushion there, so it might not be as bad as it seemed. So it will be a touch and ball there for Zhao Xingtong, which is great news to him. Because, I thought he was going to be down to a need to be playing the cue ball away from the blue to the top part of the table, which, I mean, is still horrible. Because Zhang lost the clear-cut opportunity to win the frame finally. And that's exactly what happens in that frame number 6. But alternatively now, Zhao is trying to get the cover on that dangerous thread away into the right corner. Seems to have done that. I'm going to have to wait for Zhang's reaction to know for sure. But yeah, very, I would say weird second part of the match, but at the same time, it's very dramatic. I wouldn't say it's very entertaining and very nice to be watching there, but at the same time, for drama and for unpredictability, it's something that is very, very interesting to be watching there. So then let's see. Zhang, of course, can't get through to that red. He's not going to go for the option of trying to play the shot sideways into the side cushion, so he's going to have to put the cue ball into a place where that red is not going to be visible from, and he needs to slow down. He needs to slow down now, and I don't know if he has. I think it's going to be a little bit touch and go there. The position, by the way, is set up for a comeback. I know that it's been a while since Zhao has scored a colour, but you know, all joking aside, if he gets himself a run, you would fancy him to be a threat. He got the red in. Now, where's the cue ball going to finish? He seems like he's finally going to be on the colour. If he avoids a contact on the green, which he didn't need that contact. And, well, it's going to make the next shot a lot more difficult. I still think it's going to be easier than the black there if you look at the stats. So then, the brown or green, that's the question. Well, maybe neither is the answer, because Zhao was about to play one of them. Xingtong, as I decided to call him, but yeah, clearly backed down a bit last second, because whether he thinks that he doesn't really have any clear reds to play for, which is true, but I don't really feel like getting that cue ball in behind the green is going to do him any good. Well, he's about to go for a massive shot on the blue. The green or the brown, I asked. Neither. Well, the answer is going to be the blue. Can he make it? No, he can't. So let's see what happens with the blue then. Well, nothing dramatic. It's just going to stay at the top end of the table. But ultimately, of course, now there is going to be a window. And once again, yet another colour that we do not see Zhao Xingtong make into the corner, which is incredible. I think he's on something like 5 colours that he missed right now. Maybe more. Well, Zhang is certainly going to have to take this opportunity away. I mean, whatever you say about Zhang, he does get the better opportunities there, but I mean, you can't really say that about the blacks off the spot that Zhao Xingtong has missed. Yes, he was unfortunate there, but I think he's got to put it past him. And I think it's all down to the result, whether it's unfortunate or not. This match should have been over by now, from his point of view, and that's why you can't really say, I'm getting unfortunate now, because you weren't getting unfortunate beforehand, and yet that wasn't good enough from you to get yourself over the finish line. And seems like Wakeland was able to achieve that, though, after Tom Ford had a bit of a comeback. And it was 6 frames to 4 there, just like it was for Bingham against John Higgins. It is now Wakeland to beat Tom Ford there by 6 frames to 4. So now then, as another 8 disappears in towards the left corner, Zhang doesn't seem like he's too confident about the positional shot for the ping, but clearly confident enough there for him to attempt this one. But once again, same old story, not even going to act like I'm emotional or surprised. Zhang has run himself out of position. He's okay. Your listening got problem. Thank you very much there. Appreciate that. Lovely message. So then, 52 points is the difference. But yet again, it is a break of 15 points there from Zhang, which at this stage, I suppose you have to take there. But yeah, I mean, he doesn't seem like he's a happy person at all. Zhao is losing hand constantly. I think this is going to lead him in very bad situation. Yeah, I agree, Latish. I don't know what happened. I think before the intermission, he still had that miss on the black from the spot there, which could have been 4-0. Absolutely. And as I said, game over. But I said 3-0. It may as well be game over as well. And what we needed to see was a massive rise from Zhang and a little bit of a drop-off from Zhao Xington. But what we have seen is a little bit of a rise from Zhang and a massive drop-off from Xington. And, well, I mean, I genuinely... Well, he's going to go for a plan, for a double there, Zhang. Well, certainly didn't expect it from the professor, but he's clearly had enough with those wasted opportunities, and now he's even lost where his seat is. Nearly gone into the place of Zhao Xington there. Well, how is Xington still alive in the frame? I don't know. Xington plays like he doesn't care. That's what you can see. Xington, lazy player. I think one of the things I would agree on, I think he does look like, which is very important to say, he doesn't care. And I don't think he's lazy. But because I don't think a lazy player would be able to win the World Championship. I think he does make you feel like he's got it all under control and he's a level above everyone else. But he can make a very simple mistake there. But that's what makes him human. What I've got a problem with is that he constantly... Oh, that's a bit of a weird safety shot there from Zhang. Always been so consistent with those throughout the match. But he may be just starting to lose it, you know, there, Zhang. You know, the body language consistently suggests that he's been angry with himself. And he keeps on feeding those chances away to Xington. I tell you what, I know he's struggling with colours, but let's see if he takes this red away. He has. Well, as I always said, sometimes it only takes one opportunity. And he's got the black off the spot again. Don't show me the replay. Show me if he's going to be able to take the black away. Surely he can't miss it again. He couldn't. The position now puts Xington to be the favourite to win the frame, which is an incredible statement. A minute ago, it would have been. But, well, I mean, where is he going to go wrong? There is a red on the black ball cushion. There were two of them. He's just taken one of them away. But as I say, I think once he gets himself 20 or 30 points on the board, yes, of course, he's not going to be back to the World Championship winning form, but he should be good enough to make a clearance out of this position. Because, as I said, I mean, we are getting to the phase where if you get the chance like that, you know, anyone on the tour should be able to get some good points out of it. So we'll see. The fellow commentator is excellent and more knowledgeable about the same snooker than anyone you can name. Thank you very much there, Gareth. Lovely message there. Zhao always has that nonchalant... Yeah, I think that's a lot more reasonable of a comment for you to make, because he does seem like he doesn't care, but once again, seem doesn't mean that he doesn't care, and I think he cares a lot more than some of the other players. I think he actually cares... Well, I wouldn't really make such a massive statement, as I was about to say he cares more about snooker than Weezer does, because I think, once again, that's what he comes across as. But now the Zhao Xington with a massive shot, he makes that red in, and now, I'm not going to say he's got a clear path ahead of himself, but I'm very close to be saying that. Only yellow and blue are going to be significantly away from their spots there. Well, I tell you what, Zhang, how must he be feeling to get so far, to be saying a 4-3 of a deficit, to have so many opportunities to close out the frame. Yes, it's not done here, as I said, we are entering a bit of a squeaky bomb time for Zhao Xington, but if he gets those two shots in, the colour and the yellow, I think he is going to be very much through towards a straight line there for himself. The brown, he's about to disappear. The contact point on the cue ball, well, I mean, was he playing for that yellow to be taken into the green pocket? He seems to have a smile there, which suggests he got a perfect positional shot for the yellow into the green pocket, but maybe, and not maybe, probably now, the brown is going to be getting in the way of the yellow here. I mean, once again, this is where Sheffield, York, and London would have shown you this angle 100 times already. I still don't know. I'm only judging of his body language, but clearly it doesn't. Oh, there you go. Finally, it's been 30 hours. And they're going to shot. Yeah, it's perfectly behind the brown. So clearly he was playing for a shot into the middle. So then I say, yeah, in response to that, well, I'll tell you what, I mean, it probably sums up the frame there. And it probably makes Zhang Anda to feel a little bit more alive there. But yeah, well, Zhao's clearly not going to be happy with this. But he's got to find a safety now. As I said, he was down to the colour on the yellow. He got the colour in. He's not going to get the yellow in here, I'm afraid. He's not going to be able to cut this one into the middle. No matter how badly he wants to try and get this one in. But yeah, probably just getting that cue ball in behind the blue. But risky shot there to play. But played that brilliantly well. I mean, that is absolutely fantastic there from Zhao. And now, it certainly was, well, if he was going to run himself out of position, and let's not pretend it was an easy shot there, he was certainly full of emotions and full of reaction. As you can see, reverse numbers, 43.9, average break for Zhang, 49.3 for Zhao. But ball spotted ultimately, Zhang's got the lead, and he's got the lead in this frame as well. Now then, he's played the contact onto the yellow. Well, is this going to be beyond the reach for the middle? Is this going to be beyond the reach for the middle pocket out there I want to take? I don't think so. I think Zhao can just about get through to the yellow to be potted there into the right middle. Can he? Yes, he can. How's the position on the green? I'm looking at his body language. He seems to be positive. He seems to be a very positive line on the cue ball as well. And I think that may have been the end there of Zhang. And you have to say, once he's able to win the frame there from Zhao, that was completely down to him. And that's exactly why you can never call him a lazy person, because he spent 1.5 minutes minimum thinking about what is he going to do. He could have played a hidden hope shot, just absolutely thrashed him away. He could have also just played a safety shot, which was, yeah, you know, I've tried, I'm not going to be able to do that. What he's done is he used 100% of his IQ. He rolled the cue ball in behind the blue, and he made sure that whatever, you know, Zhang was doing, he was always going to be on the back foot. He played the shot brilliantly well, but what is this? Just as I'm running out of superlatives there for Zhao to be described, he's missed the pink into the corner, and he's still laughing about it. Well, put the superlatives on hold then. What happened there? A good old pink that Trump wasn't able to put, that Chipchai wasn't able to put in the World Open, that Zhao wasn't able to put against Zhang in that UK Championship. Well, can Zhang get through to the pink to try and pot it? No, he can't. Well, it could not be that easy, it would seem. A straightforward clearance has been absolutely undone there from Zhao. And now it is back to him. Well then, of course, there is a little bit of a difference that Zhao doesn't get anything for the pink. Zhang gets himself a respot, but look at that. I mean, once again, I mean, where does he find those brilliant shots there after having such a horrible miss on the pink? Zhao has managed to get pretty much 95% of a snooker on the pink on the black there. And I tell you what, it's not about foul points, it's about the position. And what can you get here, Zhang? Well, we're about to find out. We tried to hit that one sideways. The cue ball is going to be going away. Well, once again, it's a chance here for Zhao that he's been able to work for. It's a long shot, but it's a color. You don't know where to look. You don't know where to think. You don't know what to expect. But you know one thing, Zhao will try and go for this pink. He'll miss it though. He was going to be on the black, but it seems like the pink will go over the middle. It's not quite as simple as that though, because Zhang will be able to get himself a respot guarantee if he gets the pink in, but what about the black? The cue ball, I think, is far enough from the pink for this not to be 100% of a shot there. So, what does the professor have to say about this? What do you think he can do here? You have to get the pink into me. You probably have to just roll this one in and settle for a respot as the worst case scenario. Well, seemingly, he's trying to find the backspin. So, he's given himself a chance of the black. It's far from an easy one. And he must be glad his name is not Zhao, because his history with blacks there doesn't seem to go too well. He's missed 3 of them off the spot. He's missed the pink off the spot as well. Zhang Anda, 7 points clear. Can he make it 4 frames each and make himself to be the favourite for the remainder of the match? He can't. He can't. So the respot challenge still seems to be on there for Zhao Xingtong. That black wasn't easy, but he missed it by enough there for the black to be further away from the pocket, which means that he wasn't even close to it. Pink, well, that was a massive pink that Zhao has missed, but he's still not out of the equation just yet. And he's going to have to be very, very cautious when it comes down to this frame because, well, how many chances have we seen from Zhang Anda? How many chances have we seen from Zhao Xingtong as well? And it all comes down to this. He's still smiling about it, Xingtong, by the way, which I have to say, I don't know where he finds that smile from. I think even someone as funny as or as happy as Karen Wilson will already be, oh, that's a little bit tight. But it's just about okay, I would say. Well, I'll tell you what, it's not quite as comfortable as I thought at first. Zhang getting the black a little bit too close for the comfort off the left middle. What is Zhang going to be thinking about this one? He thinks, yeah, very careful safety shot. Clearly trying to play the black on purpose on towards the front jaw. And he played a really good safety there. So once again, Zhao just seems to pick up the pace as soon as he finds himself in issues. But, you know, brilliant long shots sometimes. Not always, but some brilliant shots altogether. But some of the weirdest mistakes that you would not expect to see from the world champion at all. You wouldn't expect to see from anyone, to be fair. If Zhang was making the same type of errors, it would be absolutely, well, probably not screaming, but still saying that he's wasting an opportunity. Now, the best thing about this frame is you genuinely have got no clue on who's going to be the winner because you feel like the momentum for the frame is with Zhang because he's guaranteed a respot. The momentum with safeties is with Zhao Xingtong right now, which makes it even more interesting to see with what's going to happen to the black there. And wouldn't it be iconic and ironic that you could see the black to be potted as a long shot as Zhang there plays a very risky shot but plays it superbly well to be getting the black about as close to the ball cushion as he can. So now I think he has got himself back into a 50-50. So I don't think Zhao's got an advantage now. Let's see, he can try and... Oh, well, I was just about to say if he can try and turn this one around. He got a double kiss. Zhang has had plenty of those so far in the match. And it's not an easy shot. There's plenty of pressure on it. You would expect him to get it. But is he going to? A shot into the left middle. The cue ball reasonably away from the ball cushion. We're about to find out if it is going to be 4-all. And it will be. Plenty of bottle on that time of asking. And Zhang Anda is able to avoid the respot. And after all that struggle, Zhao Xingtong has to come away with absolutely nothing in the previous 2 frames. As he now has lost 4 out of the last 5 frames. And now does find himself to be in the position of having a 4-all draw with his compatriot. And it's now down to Zhao Xingtong 4 and Zhang Anda 4 as well. I tell you what, it's been more than 3 hours. And we still got absolutely no clue on who's going to be the winner of the match. Full of drama. Well, I'll tell you what, even though I am very much on Team Zhao Xingtong, I mean, I cannot acknowledge the brilliance of Zhang on that final black there. The bottle that he took, it wasn't an easy shot at all, but he's managed to make it sick. But, well, let's take a look at the analysis if we're going to have enough time there to think about what happened in the previous frame. Well, let's start from the beginning. How did Zhang find himself in the position of being snookered in behind the blue? Huge frame coming up. Zhao is in series there. Yeah, he becomes second best for me. And I don't mean that because I want to jinx him. I genuinely think... Well, I mean, what do I genuinely think? Do I genuinely think Zhang is going to be reborn? No. I think we've seen that. He was able to win 3 frames out of 4. Now 4 frames out of 5. And he's still done him absolutely nothing in relation to improving his game. What do I think about Zhao? I still think, well, he's obviously got something in him because he's finding those brilliant shots from range, from angle, from positional play, whatever. But when it comes down to something simple, you know, let's start from the beginning. What happened to that pink? Okay, it's not a frame ball, but the black is off the spot waiting for you. He's just had a fantastic clearance. He's played one of the biggest IQ shots that I was praising him whilst he was playing for the pink. And as I realized the pink was going wide, I was like, well, what am I going to say now? Because I just spent 5 minutes praising him for his high IQ shot, and I said this was going to be the difference in between Zhang losing and Zhao winning. Well, how stupid do you look now is the question, and the answer is yes. You look very, very stupid, and well, I don't know what's going to happen now, but we're definitely guaranteed to see 2 more frames of action, which probably will take us over 4 hours of match play. And yeah, as I said, I voted Zhao by the listen of the game right now, and it deserves the victory by far. Yeah, absolutely. And the thing about this, Letitia, is that it's exactly what happened. And obviously, I'm going to be saying yes because you're listening to me and I'm projecting my view, but I cannot see... You can acknowledge Zhao playing well occasionally, but he didn't deserve that 3-0 lead. And I said it at the time, he didn't, because there were 2 very close frames, and the only reason why they were close is because Zhang was dominating and Xington came back to win. You cannot say it was a comfortable frame for Zhang because he lost it. So you have to say it was close, but I don't know why I was having to say it was close, because it was comfortable for Zhang, but he lost both of them, which is weird. Then you've got the second frame, which was the only frame where we've seen Zhao Xington play well. The only frame. The second frame he played well in that one. I think he had a break of 60 points or something. You know, straightforward, nothing extraordinary, nothing, you know, that will make me feel like, oh my god, he's going to win the World Championship 3 times in a row. No. And then you think about the 4th frame, and in the meantime, those 3 frames, Zhang is nowhere. He can't string a shot together. He's still playing some alright safeties, but I wouldn't say it's anything outrageous because he has been giving chances away in those 3 frames. As we're still waiting for him to come back, he probably can't believe that he got away with so many mistakes. But I think Zhao made more in the previous frame, as he now comes back to the table. And yeah, 4th frame, brilliant from Zhang, finally able to put that scoring opportunity to bed. Easy position, yes, but he always has to start somewhere. Then the 5th frame, that was interesting because, once again, I don't think that was close. I think it was a comfortable frame, which on one occasion was a little bit too close for comfort when Zhao needed 1 snooker, and he got it, but he didn't get the foul points for it. It was a brilliant snooker in behind the black, but Zhang was able to recover. I thought surely now he's taken a break-building opportunity away in the previous frame. Now he was able to recover in the safety battle. I mean, what more could you ask for? And then he loses the next frame, despite Zhao still being nowhere near his best. And it's all been downhill for him. It's all been downhill because even though there was that brilliant moment in the previous frame where he's had that clearance and he was looking to try and win the frame, right then, as we have a break-off shot there from Zhang. Let's see. Well, yeah, and this is exactly what's going to happen now. He's going to still think that he's got the ability to go for those long reds, and at some point, there will be enough of enough, and yeah, Zhang should be just flying through towards the finish line, so I don't think we're going to see any more of Zhao Xington, unless the number of times he said miss for Zhao is not your point of view, it's facts. Yeah, exactly. Well, you know, 3 blacks that he's missed, the ping that he missed for the frame ball, and that's just 3 previous frames. You know, and Zhang now is going to go for a double. And this is exactly what's going to happen. And this is what I expected to happen a little bit earlier for Zhang. He is full of confidence. He's just taken a double with, you know, I'm not going to say a wide open position at the first point of the frame. Zhang is now going to run away with it. And the only thing that you can consider, if you still think Zhao is going to win, is 2 things. One of them is not going to be enough. Zhao needs to start playing well, which is a huge long shot, and I don't think it's going to happen because he's not the player that does it. When it's downtime for Zhao Xington, I only remember 1 match where he was able to recover. That was against Wakeland. Wakeland quarterfinal at the World Grand Prix. That was the only time where he lost 3 or 4 frames on the bounce, and he won the decider somehow. And he still had to play some outrageous shots, which are still, to this day, if I remember that frame correctly, I still don't know how he's managed to do it. But the second thing, of course, for you that you would need for Zhao to win the match is you need a drop-off from Zhang. And I feel like, I'm not trying to jinx him or anything, I'm absolutely impartial here right now because, as I say, I think Zhao Xington had more than enough opportunities to close out the match by now. And I'm absolutely not going to be on Team Zhang, but I'm not going to be supporting against him here because I think he deserves for actually trying to stick in there. You know, whether he deserves to be winning this match or not, but he's now the favourite for me, and he was the favourite ever since, you know, the black disappeared in the previous frame as well, because it does show you that in the moments where he's not playing well, you know, yes, his opponent is not playing well either, as he now goes for a bit of a risky shot, I would say. Not aggressive. It was still a very careful brush of the reds, but at the same time, he's got 3 more reds available. I think this is what I expected to see in the 6th frame, which I was surprised I didn't see, but I suppose, once again, he made one mistake in that frame. It was a very big mistake, but it all came down to that mistake as well. And now, if he doesn't make any mistakes, or he makes them occasionally, we will see Zhao just having to throw everything at him, like he has with that long shot. Didn't leave him anything apparently, but then he was still able to utilize that double away. To counter your argument, Zhao has never lost a decider. Zhao has never lost a decider. Well, first of all, maybe he'll do pretty well to reach a decider here. I don't think that's true. I think that's an outrageous statement. And I think, well, I'm not saying that I know everything, but I think you would know of something like that. I'm trying to think straight away. Because, like, the funny thing about Zhao Xington is that he doesn't usually take matches to a decider. I mean, he's either going to lose by a mile, or he's going to win by a mile. Yeah, I can remember. He lost the decider against Murphy in the UK Championship of 2 seasons ago. There you go. Hi all, where can I watch this live? It depends which region you're from. So, I remember that match because it was his first match of the Triple Crown since his comeback, and he lost that one 6-5, I think. Not 100% information, but I would be in the 90% zone for that one. Now then, Zhang, taking this red away. Ooh, how is his luck? Body language doesn't tell a lot there. So, let's see on what can you achieve. If he is unable to see this red entirely, then, first of all, that's very unfortunate. Well, yeah, you don't really want... I was just suggesting maybe you can swerve around. You don't want to swerve around on a shot like this. Because once again, that would be leaving a position wide open if you miss it. And not necessarily winning the frame for now. It's 35 points is not going to be enough there. So, well, the only thing that I can... Well, 2 things that I can see. 3, sorry. I'm getting more and more. First thing is a safety. Very simple. Second is a plant of those 2 reds. Trying to push that red over the right middle. The third one seems to be the one that he's taking on now. The long shot into the green pocket. And that is absolutely deserved there. Under pressure. No chance to make a mistake. He was always going to be punished should he miss it. He makes that red perfectly into the corner. And this is where Zhang has got his chance to shine. He hasn't been taking those shots on at all at the starting point of the match. And at the middle point of the match, he hasn't been making those shots into the corner. So that was a brilliant sort of performance there from Zhang. And now it's all down to him to try and get himself through 5-4 of a lead. You know, not saying that Zhao can't do something great in the next frame, but I just think for the likelihood of it, there's very, very little chance of that being the case. And just shows you, nothing is impossible in snooker. When I was checking the odds for Ford and Wakelin, when I was checking the scoreline, I've seen the odds for Zhang against Zhao. It was at 4-2, it was 1.02 for Zhao Xington to win. It was 19 for Zhang to win. It's all down to form, and he was never playing well today. Zhang was playing even worse than him at times, but you have to say, and you have to admire the comeback that he's had so far, making a break of 50 points. Once again, just taking that extra second in between those shots, taking all the risks into account, realizing what is right and what is wrong. And, you know, when it comes down to Zhang making those mistakes, he was never down to snooker IQ. You have to say one thing. He was, well, that's, once again, that's down to positional play, as he messes up the position here. He's got 2 options, neither of which are easy. And of course, that doesn't include a safety shot. But it's his 3rd highest break there of 55 points. And, well, does he want to go for this red into the middle? Into the right middle there? He clearly can't see through a red into the left middle. Well, this is once again, I mean, I think he's used his mana there for how many tricky shots can he actually get away with. He needs to be careful with this, you know. because you can always back him, but that's a great shot there. I thought he maybe just one shot too many, but just to finish on that, as he takes a brilliant red away, and surely now makes it a frame-winning shot for him. He's never been down to snooker IQ. He was down to two things. Positional play, dreadful, horrible, worse than Zhao Xington by a mile, and pot success, better than Zhao Xington, but still lower than the average. I think I got confused. He was finals. He never lost a ranking final. Yeah, there you go. I think that's better. I know that. He never lost a ranking final. Because he only played 5 of them. I mean, can you imagine how many deciders is a snooker player going to play? The Cyclone would concentrate more against the non-Chinese. No, listen, it could be a valid point. It could be a boring point, but they are friends. They are the closest friends, I think, on the tour. In between, like, they don't have anyone closer to themselves than each other. But he didn't really stop him from concentrating hard in the... did he concentrate hard in the World Grand Prix? He was playing well. I'll tell you what, Zhang is certainly taking a lot of time on this shot. He's still not over the line just in this frame. As I said, it felt like he played a couple of frame-winning shots beforehand. He needs another one here. Oh, I'll tell you what, that's close. But it's in. I thought the distance in between the red and the cushion disappeared very quickly, but it seemed to have held stationary there. And now, surely the shot for the frame, which of course will take him 70 points clear with 67 at the table, and he doesn't run himself out of position this time. Zhang is here to play, and Xington, he's going to have to come away with something special, because yes, you could say it's only 2 frames, but he's now playing a proper warmed up opponent that is finally playing well, and for his own point of view, it seems like the wheels have gone, the chains have gone, and the only that is left is a little bit of flesh and bones with some liquid in between. Yeah, but a dreadful performance from Zhao. By far the worst of the season. He's only played 4 matches, but I think probably by far the worst of 2026. I mean, I never watched that match against Ford. I only watched highlights of it. But I'm pretty sure he was winning every single match there, so you would watch all of his performances there. Does it remind you of the match against Wakeley? It does. It does, to be fair. It does remind you perfectly of that match against Chris Wakelin, but there is one thing. He was 1 frame away from victory when Wakelin managed to win 4 frames on the bounce. He's 2 frames away now. And listen, I could see him winning a decider because it's a decider. Anything can happen out there. And logic always, sometimes it goes away out of the picture there. But can you genuinely see Xington to win at least one? I'm not even talking about the 2. The 2 frames for him to win will be the comeback of the season. How badly he's been playing, it will be the comeback of the season by a mile. You know, forget about Chang Min-yu. He wasn't able to do anything with that 5-0, but he was playing quite well. And Robertson was actually quite well as well. And yeah, listen, it's down to Zhang playing superbly well right now. The body language has fixed itself. You know, he's still not necessarily happy with every single shot that he plays, but I mean, once again, stats don't usually lie. 93 points on the break, making that 94. Total points, he's got 1,500, yeah. 150 more points there than Zhao Xington, and he's probably going to score around 30 more here, as he's looking to make a total clearance. And, well, yeah, that's exactly what Zhang was missing. Maybe a little bit of confidence, maybe a little bit of a spark there, or maybe just a simple enough chance, which, I mean, very cautious on that one. It was a stupid giveaway from Xington. It was a brilliant break there from Zhang. Probably one of the best that we've seen. Certainly, by far the best that we've seen in the match there, but probably one of the best that I've seen in the entire tournament as well. Probably not the best. I think they've been better, but once again, when it comes down to the opposition, what's it called? Level of the opposition, basically, and when it comes down to the stage of the match, I think it doesn't really get any better than that. And Xington, he's not smiling now. Doesn't have anything to be happy about. Zhang can be very, very proud already of what he's achieved, but of course it's not going to mean, realistically, to him, it's not going to mean anything unless he wins another frame off the remaining 2, which for me, is absolutely the favourite for, but we're going to have to wait and see. It's turned out like the Higgins match. Yeah, I would probably, well, I can't really say, because I didn't watch it in full. So, based on the scoreline, it does seem like it, from what I've seen, but once again, I mean, Zhang was probably the more fortunate of the two, but I think that story is way gone. I think that was the case in the first 5-6 frames. I think when it comes down to 7, 8, and 9, I don't think it's been about luck. I think it's been about bottle. I think it's about turning up at the right place at the right time and getting over the finish line. Something that Xington was able to be so good at in the first 3 frames was exactly the thing that drowned him in the frames 7, 8, and now 9. You know, whether it's down to that or something else, you can find excuse yourself, but the bottom line is it's a century break of 134 points, and Zhang Anda is absolutely on fire right now. It is only 1 frame. Absolutely not getting carried away with myself because I'm not supporting him, but yeah, it's very interesting to see what's going to happen. Zhao has hot and cold moments. He needs to try and stay cool now. Too late for that, I think. Because where do you win this match? How do you get yourself an opportunity? Go for a long red? There you go. We've just seen what happened. He went for a long red into the corner. Opponent responded with 134 points. You can go for a safety battle. Zhang has been absolutely brilliant with safety. I think he's been a match for Wilson. Wilson has been playing some brilliant safeties in the Shanghai Masters, in the final, in the semis as well. I think Zhang has been the match for him today. I think the safety accuracy, getting out of snookers may not always have been perfect, but on 80 or 90% of occasions, Zhang was certainly the player that was putting all that pressure aside and just getting himself through those very important moments. So then how do you get a chance then? What time is it for our Malaysian friends? And yeah, I think for Zhao, the whole point of him having that lead was because he's a player that is dependent on that lead. Because he may lose a frame, but he may be able to win the next 2 because he only needs 1 chance to break his opponent's momentum, and we haven't seen that today. He didn't break any momentum because there wasn't any. Now there is momentum. Let's see him try and break it. But, I mean, having the need to win 2 frames, I think that's not really the profile that he's going to have. That pink will haunt him. I don't think it will. I think it'll cost him the match. Because 5-3, Zhang seemed like it was just get me out of here. Get me on the plane. Somewhere else. Not China. I want out of here right now. And don't want to be friends with him anymore. He's probably damaging my snooker career. And, I mean, I say that with a joke, but I think, 10% would have actually been there like that. That pink missed for a 5-3 lead, basically for a 5-3 lead. He would have had the black off the spot, which, I mean, let's get real. He would have potted that one, or so we thought on the pink. And then a massive battle for the pink, which Zhang wins. A massive battle for the black, which Zhang wins. A frame later, he just had a break of 134. I genuinely do not see the other way, apart from he's going to have to keep on doing what he's done in the previous frame. But he makes a mistake again, he's out of here. And that's the bottom line, and that's what he's put himself under. And yeah, I would expect he's probably going to try and realise, he's had a lot of time to think about it whilst his opponent was scoring 134 points. I think he'll try and hang in there, but I think there will be a stage where, whether it's going to be through Zhang's initiative or his initiative, he will get a chance through the safety, which is not guaranteed, by the way. Zhang could always go for a long shot himself and make it very comfortably indeed, or he could miss it, of course, but I don't think he's going to miss anything right now. Just as I say that, the perfect jinx, he's missed a long red, and he's got away with it, just as I said about the luck there. Well, as I said, we passed that point. He got lucky on this occasion, but let's not pretend that Zhao has been so unfortunate throughout the entire match, and the only reason why he's losing is down to that as well. So then, yeah, I mean, didn't really expect Zhang to be the first player to blink, but I mean, I suppose it makes sense. Anything that Zhang does right now, apart from something very stupid, is going to make sense. If he wants to try and play it safe, that makes sense. He's been better at safeties. When he comes down, if he wants to go for a long red, it makes sense. Zhao can't win 2 frames in a row. Although I wouldn't be sort of resting on that second thing too much. He can use that for the start of the frame. He can't really use it if Zhao gets himself into his serious mode, wipes the smile on the face, and actually scores like something like 40 or 50 points. So that's why I was surprised why he's gone for the second option and not just trying to outlast him in safeties, because I think that's impossible to lose. Because let's work through scenarios there. If he loses a safety battle, what does losing a safety battle means? Allow Xington to go for a long raid? Fantastic. I think you should persuade that from what we've seen in the last 3 frames. If he goes for that long raid and he makes it, fantastic. How many points was he able to score in the last 4 frames? 10? No, sorry, not 10, because he was fighting on the pink on the last one, but yeah. How many points was he able to score out of those 3 out of the last 4 frames? The previous one, the frame number 7, and frame number 6. No. So frame number 7, frame number... I'm trying to get confused right now. So it's only frame number 7 and frame number 9 then that he's been struggling to score points. How did he get himself in a position then that he's 5-4 down? I mean, it can't be like that, because he clearly had some points in frame number 8, because that was the one that went to the black. And tell you what, I mean, Zhang is going all over the place now. I don't know what he's doing there, but he's left the chance away to Xington. Let's see if he's going to take this one away. Tell you what, he might. He's not perfectly on the ping, which, you know, we've seen turned into a disaster. But I'm surprised there with the reaction of Zhang. I mean, it's nothing to be concerned about for now, but he doesn't really want to see a decider here. And he's left an opportunity here for Zhao, which is still a massive if. Even if he's going to be able to score 30 points here. But I feel like if he scores 30, he might be able to score 70, which is not something that he needs to see. But yeah, now he's got a very important cut on the pink. And he's got that one in. So as I say, just get his serious face on. He got a little bit of luck that time around. And let's see where the pink is going to go. It's going to go on the pink spot, which suits Zhao Xington very nicely. Well, listen, all the stats point to Anda, they do. But at the same time, I said I can't see him do it. Doesn't mean that it won't happen. And remember that match against Watchalong, I did also say I cannot see him winning that decider. But I did also say in a decider, from the experience, anything can happen. Unless you're playing John Higgins, anything can happen. If you're playing John Higgins, you've done well, fair play, shake hands, you've lost. Which I think Ronnie has found out. Was it a decider they've had? Or was it not a decider? I can't remember. I tried to forget the matches where Ronnie loses, to be honest with you. To be absolutely honest with you. But I think it was actually 13-12. Brilliant match. So yeah, Higgins is just unstoppable when it comes down to deciders, which was why Bingham was so happy to win that match 6-4. But yeah, I still would say we're waiting for a mistake to happen, and that's exactly what happened there. Xington, well, he scored 15 points. As I said, I think if he scores 30, he may be able to score 70, but he stopped halfway there, and he will be down to 15 points of a break there, which is the maximum for Zhao Xington for now. Still, not as bad as it could have been, because he hasn't left an easy red away to Zhang, but I think he needs to get his stuff together there, because he doesn't want to be back to the struggling place. And I tell you what, he doesn't seem to have played the brilliant shot here. The crowd are applauding, but I don't know where the cue ball's finished. It's finished in a horrible position there, so let's see what the colours look like. Well, yeah, do you want to take the black like that? Not really is the answer, because look at the way the reds are spread out. I mean, unless he's going to try and bring the red away from the side cushion, he's got one red to play for. Well, yeah, I just don't know. It's a massive shot there. Let's see what's going to happen here with Zhang. And, well, I tell you what, he's so good for making that one in, but easy on the red. I mean, as I said, the only red that he was playing for was the one that he's trying to take away from the side cushion. He's nowhere near to be seeing enough of the red on the right part of the table. Can he cut this red in? I think he can. Forget about cue ball. Well, I mean, to be fair, I'm not going to say forget about the cue ball control, because it's not really going to be a lot of point in taking that shot on, because it's still missable. Yeah, I think he's going to have to go for a safety there. Well, a little bit of that red sums it up. I'll be honest with you, I already forget which one. Oh yeah, the one that he made. It wasn't the easiest, but certainly wasn't the hardest. I think Zhang was missing those shots as well very frequently before, quite a few frames ago. Maybe frame 7 was the latest. Maybe frame 8. Frame 7, I think, was the latest where he was missing those shots. But he got it out of his system, and, you know, Now he's put himself right back in the mix there. But Zhao, I mean, 15 points is not really something that he can say well done for. And especially since Zhang now scored 8. And, well, let's see. Let's see. I think the position is still far away from being an easy one to either one of the players. But I think Zhao will have something to say about that, as he tried to cause chaos. To tell you, he's played into a red. He got 4 colours involved. Only pink and green were untouchable at that stage, which now has brought yellow and brown completely out of their position, blue out of position completely, the black to be in an awkward place as well. I don't really think that's something that which will benefit Zhao Xington here, which, you know, you could say maybe it's a tactic to try and make the position difficult. I think if the position is going to be difficult, he's the one that's going to struggle. And Zhang there goes for a long red. I think a lot more understandable on this time of asking, playing the cue ball into a safe zone there. And I also think the position is way too closed up there for it to be a risky shot for you to be taking on. And now Zhao Xington is about to fix that, make it a very wide open position, but ultimately it's a shot advantage for Zhang if he wants to go for an aggressive shot there. The cue ball is not perfectly onto the ball cushion. And as I always say, when you're playing well, you miss 2 of those long range shots, which is exactly what Zhang has done. You always make the 3rd one in. Not always, but you very rarely miss the 3rd one as well, if you're playing well. It's very important. And with Zhang today, it's very difficult to predict if he is playing well, but I think he is. I think he is. He's had some dodgy shots, but I think he is still just about in that condition of playing well. It will change if he misses this red, though, because he doesn't really have a lot of leeway on that one, to me. Oh, I mean, I'll tell you what, talk about leeway. He missed that one by Coventry. I mean, what was that all about? The professor, the calculator, has missed that red. If I tried to miss that red by more, I would not have been able to. Absolute carnage on the table. Well, maybe it does just think what the pressure does to you. But anyway, Zhao, as I say, it's just by Zhang not playing well, it doesn't mean that Zhao is going to fix his own issues. He might, but I think we've said he might way too many times beforehand. But he got the red in, which wasn't an easy shot. Now let's see if he gets the green in. And once again, with Xington here, you need to watch out for every single one of his shots that he plays. Got the green in, though. Needs to try and sort out and make it as easy a position as he can. I tell you what, he put himself right back in the window here, but I'm still not going to retract, watch every single shot that he plays. But that green was marvellous that he played. Getting that cue ball straight into the mix of reds with a nice little variety there, where you're not really going to be in a position where you can actually find trouble for you. You might, but you're unlikely to. And once again, 3 long-range shots missed there by Zhang. I mean, it's just something that is very, very weird to see. I'm always not the stubborn man I am. I'm not going to back down. I can't see Zhao winning the match from here. But, I mean, the chances were down to 15%, maybe 10. I think they're up to 35 right now. Because if he wins this frame, who says that he's not going to be the favourite in the decider? Because that would put complete hold to the momentum. I mean, like, all the scenarios that I was thinking about, pretty much in neither of them, I could see Zhao Xington to be winning this frame. Especially in the fashion that he has. Because it's not like he's managed to find a brilliant red or a fluke. He's genuinely has been struggling like you would expect him to do. Missing out on the reds for the first chance. Now still watching very cautiously as he keeps on potting those reds and blacks. And Brown, in the meantime, sorting out the position to even better extent. But Zhang has missed 3 long shots. He's had a chance himself where he was able to score 8 points out of. Run himself out of position again, which he's been doing constantly. I mean, if the pot success has been an issue for Zhao, the positional success mistakes have been just as much of an issue for Zhao. I probably wouldn't say just as much of an issue, because he was able to recover on some of them. He can't recover from, you know, a pot success mistake. When you miss something, you have to leave the table. But yeah, I mean, it's very strange to see Xington still to be in a relaxed mode, which I probably expected him to see. But I mean, once again, I think it is down to the circumstances where the whole reason, I think the red that got him into this break was very good. It wasn't a long red, but it was still a very thin cut into the middle, which he needed to play very well. Otherwise, he leaves all this dangerous position away. But tell you what, he is certainly proving me wrong on this one, because I didn't expect to see what I'm seeing right there. And we're just a couple of shots away from making it down to a decider, which would come out completely out of the blue. And the blue being out of position right now will be a nice little addition to that as well. So the thinking for the reds on towards the left middle, which you can take right now. Yeah, he's got 2 reds into the middle, which will get it down to 59 points available for Zhang. And in the meantime, if he's able to pot the black twice, I don't really see the reason why he won't be a decider written all over this one. Buckle up for the decider. I mean, I won't believe it until I see it, because I know how far Xington had to dig there from, but I mean, that is genuinely incredible. And I think the manner, if he wins this decider, in which he would have won it, I think he puts it down to, I'm not going to say he's the favourite, I'm a flip-flop, but not to that extent. But I mean, tell me what's it going to be then? How can you read it then? Zhao struggling so horribly wrong for the last 3 frames. He comes away as a very composed player. Yes, he makes a mistake on an awkward shot into the corner on 15 points. But, I mean, 53 points later, what can you say he's actually done wrong apart from that, which is absolutely extraordinary there for him, as he now gets the frame ball into the corner. Well, he doesn't. 59 clear, 59. I still think it will be enough there for him to win the frame, but I think he could have certainly done with winning the frame in a single visit to the table. So let's sort out the points. I don't think I'm matching what it shows on the screen. There you go. So break of 52 points, which puts him 59 clear, 59 at the table. 2 reds in a horrible position next to each other. The pink right next to another red, and the blue to be completely out of position as well. So the chances of Zhang winning the frame right now are probably down to something like 5%. But I'm not going to be playing the percentage game for long there, because I did say Zhao to win the match from that position. He was 15, and now it's up to 35, next to 40 as well. Black Cat, 57 is not enough to save you from fatal error. Well, it was, to be fair. Oh, I mean, at that point where he was making the comment, yeah, but I think it is now. Well, I mean, it would be extraordinary, but even in the most extraordinary circumstances, it does get him a respot. Unless you would expect him to thrash the reds away from each other, pot the pink, and then throw the white towel in. I don't think that's going to happen. But as I say, I think it still matters for the momentum into the decider. And he's potentially looking at taking the red away. Ooh, I'll tell you what. Remember what I said about foul points? He got the red in, but he got the cue ball in. But, of course, that still gives him a benefit. Because you eliminate the reds, you only lose 4 points on the cue ball. A rule which I think they should change, to be fair, because I don't think that's fair. Because you can play that red on purpose with no intention to be keeping the cue ball away from the pocket. I think the red should come back. Honestly, I do. But it doesn't matter in this case. It gives 4 points away, but there's now going to be only 51 points at the same. I can't change that. I can. I'll just give him a point, which you can ignore. Zhao decider win percentage is insane. I can't really, once again, I'm not going to be backing down on that one. I can't really think of many deciders that he had to play. And, well, Zhang, 4 long shots now he's missed. After he had the ball in hand now, and he still missed the red, which wasn't an easy one. But, I mean, I can't really comment on that. I don't understand what happened. I don't understand what's happened to Zhang. I know when you're in there with a chance, it's different. And that 134 points shouldn't just be like, oh my god, it's honeymoon. Yeah, I know, but he was playing with such confidence. And for every single long shot that he was taking, well, this would be a great pain if Zhao Xington makes this red into the corner. And he does, which now eliminates any single hope for Zhang that we will see a decider against the odds. The question is, who is in a better shape? I'll tell you what, I am doing the poll there. I don't care about Zhao 83%. I genuinely would say it is 50-50. What did I say? 6-3 win for Zhao. Forget about it. Yeah, well, if you nail this one, we can always play for a membership. If anyone wants to play for that, we can do it. You call, I call just the opposite, and then if you lose, I gift a membership to the channel, and if you lose, you gift out a membership too. Because for me, it is absolutely impossible to go. I'm going to stick with it because of how stubborn I am. I'm going to stick with Zhao Xington, but I say I'm going to stick with it. I was the one 15 minutes ago that said there's no way that he's going to win it, which will probably make it even better if he does win it, because I am, once again, I'm very much on his team, but I was like, well, he's clearly had his day, he's had his chance. That may still prove to be the case there, but he's playing quite well, apart from missing that yellow at the end. So it's still going to be a break of 14 points there, which is going to be more than enough there for Zhao Xington to set us up with a blockbuster decider. And, well, I'll tell you what, the popcorn should be brought into play here. 4 hours since the match has started, and yet I feel like there was only one frame to be played. Brilliant tempo, so much drama, so little consistency and so little predictability. Now, it all comes down to this. So, I haven't seen any brave people trying to bet for the membership. So then we're just going to have to do the poll. Who wins a decider? Very simple indeed. Zhao, Zhang. I hope it's not going to be 83% because there's no way that Zhao has got 83% of a chance of winning the decider right now. He's simply not good enough, and he's simply not played good enough for that. All down to who makes no error or one error too many. Yeah, but I feel like it's such a weird 10 frame there from Zhang, because he's sort of done everything right up to 9 frame. Well, I mean, not everything, but in that second phase of the match. And he's sort of taken all that, looked at it, and was like, nah, I'm going to go backwards. 4 long shots missed. A chance that he had where he didn't have to play a long shot, where I thought he was all over. It was the last chance. He scored 8 points out of it, run himself out of position again. No surprise there. But Zhao as well. I mean, you can't say that missing 4 long shots wouldn't give you an opportunity, and he did. But I think you need to give credit to Xington there. He was able to make 2 bites of the cherry there. Finally, he done the difficult part again, which he seemed to have started to struggle in the 9th frame, where he taken that brilliant thin cut into the left middle. And at the same time, he also put himself in that position where he never really blinked until the end of the... I know he lost the position on the red, which, you know, still was down to a little bit of stupidity, but you can't ask for everything. Want to believe Zhang, he played brilliantly, he has to be rewarded, even if it's not how it works. Like hell. Yeah, but did he play brilliantly though, Letitia? He deserves to win, absolutely, but you can't tell me that Zhao Xington doesn't deserve to win. Because I said, I can't believe that he hasn't won this match yet. Therefore, yeah, he doesn't deserve it. But I mean, it's the weirdest thing ever, because I genuinely think whoever wins, no matter who it is, doesn't deserve it to the full extent, but at the same time, I can't believe that each one of them won't be able to win the match. Like, it makes no sense. Like, Hill was supposed to decide that Hill error was... Yeah, it was, once again, so out of the blue on that cue ball that dropped. But Wilson, still, you have to give him some credit for that shot on the double. Certainly was down to a little bit of desperation, but still, not playing well at all. I mean, is that not a carbon copy of it? Is that not an absolute carbon copy? You've got a top seed against the lower ranked. Neither is playing well. Neither is playing well. I'm going to stick with that. But someone has to win. Zhao's record in deciders, it's not something that you can check very quickly there, but the last deciders I can remember, against Selby, where he was the one that came back from being like 4-1 down in the World Grand Prix, and then against Wakelin, the same week, I'm pretty sure in the same match there, or maybe the one 2 matches from there, where he won another decider, and I think that was it. I can't really remember anymore. He didn't have a decider against Wilson. He didn't have a decider against Robertson. Ding again. Who did he play in the World Championship? Ding, Highfield. Murphy obviously lost to, but he wasn't a decider. Tour Championship, thrashed Trump, thrashed Higgins. I can't remember. I think he thrashed Wakelin as well. Yeah, I don't think he had... Well, I'll tell you what, Zhao Xington there, whilst I was thinking all that, he's still thinking about the first shot to be played. after the break-off. So, I mean, nobody told you that he's going to have to come down to an error. I feel he was looking at the points and pressured himself. One error, I can't complain, though he's hurting. Yeah, I agree. I think, but I think he's done the damage with the previous shot there, Hill. I think on that red, he should have played it with more power. I don't understand why he didn't. Because he knew, and he should have known, the green was always going to be in the way of the blue. And he needed that blue to win without needing that red on the cushion. But just have a look at this one, because I feel like Zhao doesn't usually take a lot of time on those shots. And that's why he was cutting the red into the left middle. He missed the red altogether. And I tell you what, he seems to think that Zhang is going to take this red on there. I don't think so. I think Zhang is going to have to play the patience game. I don't think he's got the juice in him to go for a shot. I don't think anybody's got a juice in him to play a shot like that. I mean, I don't really understand what the discussion is in between the referee and Zhang there. Because what can he ask? So the referee says no to him, basically. I mean, I'm just thinking, what can he say? What can he ask there so that the referee says no? Putting it back? Well, he's clearly done that. And why would he say no to it? Maybe he asked for a free ball, but there's no way it's a free ball. He could see that red full ball. I don't know. Anyway, it may have just been something external, not frame related. Let's see then. He will be down to Zhao to be happy. Xington, he's ready to take the shot on, of course. I don't think he's going to have a warning there to be given to him, although I will switch the audio on because you want to be protected with everything that's happened in the match so far. You feel like anything is possible here. So then Xington, he's going to go for another route then. Playing the shot on towards the left side cushion. Let's see. I don't think he's got the juice. Well, does he? He's going to be close. Perfect shot there from Zhao Xington. Just about enough power for it to reach the end. But yeah, I don't think Zhang can complain too much. I don't think he could have done anything with that raid. Apart from, well, may have played a semi-decent safety shot, but I don't think that would have been anything to put Zhao Xington into trouble. Always easy shot ended missed due to complacency. I don't know whether you talk about the deciders or you talk about the actual matches of Zhao Xington. Because I think in decider it depends. You may see it's not a perfect shot there from Zhang. He needed to avoid the contact on the brown. Now is the first opportunity. Zhang so far has been quiet with those long range missiles. Let's see what Zhao has got. He's going to go for this red, I'm sure. He did. Ooh, that was so close. The fans were ready to applaud. But in the end, it would be very, very cruel if that is the way for it to end. But he knew the risks. The reward would have been very high. He was perfectly lined up for the black. The risk is leaving that red along the black ball cushion and into the right corner. Calculated risk, I'm not really going to say it was a bad thing to do. You could always wait for safeties or wait for a mistake from your opponents. I don't think you can outplay him in the safety department. I think that's probably the only thing that has been consistent throughout the match. The only thing is the safeties of Zhang have been very, very good. Apart from that, everything has been stop-start. But I also think there is going to be a little point of, which is not a great point to make because it can always come back to bite you. But I think Zhao knew that he was going to be the creator of trying to separate the reds away from the position. And Zhang is going to have to do it himself. But he's sort of started doing it now. And I'm not sure if there is going to be an actual stage where you say, well, Zhang doesn't really have the ability to win the frame in the current visit. Not for now. But it doesn't mean that he can improve the position there. He's got 2 more reds available. 20 points after this black, which is still going to be a very good handicap for him. So I'm not sure if you're going to put it down to we need pressure to keep... Oh, it's a little bit... No, I think he's all right. If the red goes into the left middle, he's all right there. I think if it doesn't, he's put himself into a bit of a bad spot straight away. Zhao is not the one to turn down a risky shot when there are rewards if he makes it. Yeah, and I think that one, you can't blame him for. I think he has deserved to go for it after winning the 10 frame. Let's see. Oh, brilliantly shaken there. Very close to the front jaw, but in the end, no contact made. But of course, Zhang is still very much has to be aware of. He's taking the easy part of the job first, but he absolutely mustn't allow the pressure to get to him. But also, he mustn't take those ones for granted. 28 points of a lead, another red and black, which will be the last one, which I can see, which doesn't usually mean a great deal of things. But let's see the angle that he's going to leave himself, and there you go. There's the reaction. He clearly is unhappy with the angle he's left himself. So to me, that means he's going to have to make something happen, and he doesn't really have the tools to do it now. 36 points is still a very healthy lead in the decider, but, I mean, first he has to get the black in, but you never want to be the first to be getting in with a chance, and then the other player still getting with the chance of their own. So let's see if Zhang makes this one work. He's taking the black in. Wow, that's a brilliant shot there from Zhang, and I tell you what, he could well be the match winner. It's very cruel when you get yourself into a decider, but let's be honest, I think Zhao didn't really have the opportunity there. If this is to be the end, which on this occasion it seems like it will be. 5 more reds that I can see available. If you take them one by one, it's going to be more than enough there for Zhang to take it away. So just has to be very, very cautious with the biggest problem so far in the match for him, the positional play, which so far in the break has been absolutely superb. But once again, I mean, this is why I didn't want to call the previous frame, the decider after the previous frame, because I know how inconsistent it's been. And if you told me that Zhao was going to lose it by 0 points, I could easily have believed you. I could probably also believe you, but with a little bit of less ease, if you told me that Zhao was going to win it with 0 points for Zhang. But I thought it may just be development of the previous frame. But for now, it just seems like we are getting closer to another big upset. 42 points clear right now, Zhang. Playing the red away, which is going to get the cue ball away from the black there. Whether it was intentional or not, I think he probably was forced down to, you know, the angle or the lack of it that he had on the red. But he may have to brush the cue ball into the reds again here, which I don't think it was something that he wants to do. And I'll tell you what, it's not the easiest black either to be taken on here. The more shots that he makes like that, the more deserved of a win it will be. Has he got it? Has he got anything? Has he got anything? The body language. He's having a good look at the reds into the middle. Well, he's not really throwing the hands in the air after he had a look at it, which may suggest that he's got the red into the middle. 50 points clear right now. Well, he's got to be sure. He can't be attempting it half-hearted. So the 99 at the table somehow is 50 points clear, which is incredible because it's not mathematically possible for you to be scoring so many points, but that, of course, came from a foul shot. Well, he's going to go for it. Let's see what the outcome is going to be. Plenty of power, plenty of accuracy, but still, wrong side of a blue. One reason why I like to watch Zhao play, win or lose, he don't show much emotions. I don't know if that's what makes you like him. I would actually prefer for the player to be showing emotions, but I mean, it's just who he is. You can't ask him to be playing for the camera if he doesn't want to, or he doesn't feel like there is a need to. Another good shot there from Zhang, and he is getting ever closer to making it a very much a sweet revenge for what happened at the World Grand Prix. And incredibly, of course, making it down to 3 out of the 4 matches that he would have won against Zhao. Australian Open 2015, UK Championship last season, World Grand Prix that he lost in the final, one of the most important matches of his life. What happened to the cue ball? Where did he get that power from? Well, 57. It's not quite there yet. Hey, Zhang. Well, that's your mistake. Unless you've got a reason to, but I'm pretty sure you don't. And I can't stand people that hate players just because they beat their own player. I was like that in 14 when Selby beat O'Sullivan, but I mean, I think you can forgive someone that was 9 at that time. I can't stand adults that genuinely think that you can hate someone just for, you know, someone beating your favourite player out there. I just think, you know, it's absolutely laughable. But he hasn't really won this match yet. And he is thinking, he's got a choice of green or brown. Is he going to have to just roll the cue ball in behind the green, I should say? Yeah, he has. He didn't play that shot perfectly well, though. but there is still hope for Xington. Hate is pretty intense. Well, exactly. And, well, let's see what's going to happen here then. 57 points is the lead for Zhang Anda. Why the transmission is not working? I don't know. Feel like you're in your own world there. Transmission is usually the gearbox, and I don't think you're going to have any one of those two, either on the snooker table or on Zhao Xington. Anyway, let's have a look. For the red into the right corner. Is he going to be playing for that? Ooh, that was risky, I tell you what. That was way too close for the contact on the pin, but he played that shot superbly well. Putting the red alongside the what's it called? The left middle. First round done for me. Murphy and O'Sullivan are playing solid. Not really done here though, Peter, because 83 points still at the table, and write him off at your own expense. I don't think he had a situation like that against Wakeland, but there's still a chance. It may be slim, but there's still a chance. No life every minute. Yeah, you could be right there, Letitia. You could be right there. Who do you think is going to win? Got no clue. I said Zhao, so I'm going to stick to it, although I changed my mind about 100 times. But I'm not going to be taking any credit there because I said things that contradict each other. I said Zhao was going to win before the match started, and as the match progressed, I said 3-0, he can't lose. And then when I said 5-4, I said he can't win, and now he's in the decider, so which, as I said, I'm very glad I didn't call it decider, because I just said you just want to flip a coin on it, that's fine. And Zhang there, flipping a coin on the choice selection there, when it comes down to the next shot for him to play, more than a minute for him to consider this, and in the end, just trying to take one of those reds away. He doesn't want to put it anywhere near the corner pocket though. And I think he played that shot well. Let's see how well he actually played it, because he put a red onto the side cushion, which he won't need. He won't need a sniff of. Zhao Xington will certainly need all of the reds for him to try and win the frame here. But yeah, after a minute worth of consideration, I don't think he played that shot too well. So Zhang won. Stream ended. Well, hasn't won yet. And as I say, never say it's over before the checkered flag or before the handshake and snooker. You may well be right, but you've got 50% of guessing it right there. And now, of course, if you go for Zhang, you've got more than 80%. But I would still say, as naive as I always am, I would wait for a chance for Zhao. And I still think that he didn't really have it in decider. And whether he'll get it or not, up to him and up to Zhang, but I still think there is not really something that would make me feel like Zhang is absolutely flying and he's going to be a threat for the World Championship crown. And by the way, I think whoever wins this match is not really going to be a massive horse for the China Open there in total, because, I mean, I suppose if Zhao wins it, he could say that, but I think if he plays like this against Wakeland, he may have a very different outcome at the end. To the points, yes, it's possible. Zhao can come back. Well, I'll tell you what, Zhang, once again, taking a good old minute on this one. So it seems like he's playing for a long shot. And, well, that's a miss. Where's the cue ball going to finish? Oh, the yellow is going to be very, very close, but just about offside there. Well, once again, nothing easy. But who said it will be easy there for Zhao? And once again, yet another long shot goes begging there for Zhang Anda. He still can win if Zhang loses the table. And here it is. Yeah, he was a little bit, but I don't think so. Leading 3-0 to lose should be a little disappointing for Zhao. And on the other hand, leading 5-4 and 57-0 could be very disappointing for Zhang. I think it's both ways, and it's a brilliant long red there from Zhao Xington. And who said he was done? He may be done later, but he ain't done yet. And he's got a brilliant long red that he's managed to pot. Well, it's down to you. There's so much for you to try and make your way through. Take it as one at a time. You got yourself a chance that I asked for, and that's the only thing I'm going to ask. Let the best man win now. 49 points behind. The last of the easy reds for now. Although he may be able to play in behind of the red for the right corner. So then 48 points that Zhang Anda has got as the lead in relation to Zhao Xington. So needs an angle, which I'm not sure he's got too much of. Trying to play the black into the left corner. Once again, every single time he seems to be slightly higher than usual on the black. He just feels like there's a mistake waiting to happen. Let's see. Well, let's wait and see out there. For now, of course, Zhao just needs to put himself enough points on the board so that he's back in contention for the frame. Not talking about winning the frame with a clearance, that would be the most spectacular comeback of all time, but not of all time, but still, of the season for sure. Surpass Wilson by a mile. But when it comes down to the reality here, I think he needs to take 5 reds with the blacks, which is done 60% off. And then he will probably leave Zhang with needing both of those reds. Both of which are not really in a simple situation there. But I still think it is advantage Zhang here, because I will explain why in a second. Because for now, we still got Zhao to be trailing by enough points there. But I think if he can sort of tackle the red on the right-hand side cushion, which is a little bit further away and closer towards the middle, I think I know what's going to happen with the red on the right side cushion. Although he lost the cue ball there on the black. So maybe I am getting slightly ahead of myself. Although I did say let's wait and see what's going to happen. 24 points right now is the lead. So if he gets the black in, Zhang will need both reds. And that's already a win there for Zhao Xingtong. Because as I was saying, when Zhang put that red there, I said he's the one that definitely won't need that red. He will need it now. Oh, I'll tell you what, it's a good line for the cue ball. He needs it to be better than good. He needs it to be perfect. That is about as perfect as he could have got there for Zhao. That is absolutely brilliant. And he's still in with a shout. 17 points behind. Yeah, I'm not going to start thinking about the pink just yet. Well, the applause are there. He played the cue ball into the other red. He got the first red in, which was a huge risk. Now what does he do? He's absolutely out of position for the black. The red is now available. Well, what do you do here? What shot on that ball? Well, he was, but what do you do here? I think you have to play safe. I mean, surely you have to play safe. Yeah, I think he is. He's going to get the pink away, which he might still need, actually, which is probably the sensible thing to do. But he needs a good safety. And I'll tell you what, I'm not sure he got it. I think the angle is going to be a little bit wide there. I think this red is visible. So it could all be down to a battle for the red here, which Zhang could still win. You never know. But as I said, I wanted one chance for Zhao. It was a very low chance, but it still was an opportunity there. And you have to say, he's probably done about as well as he could have. And even surpassed some of my expectations. Well, does Zhang want to go for this red now? Into the right corner. And if he does he make it in? If he does, he's certainly the favourite there. He missed it. Is he going to put it over the middle? He will put it over the middle pocket there. Zhao Xingtong. Well, listen, if I said the previous chance was half-hearted, you're not going to get a better chance than this in the decider. And it's still absolutely not over yet. The referee trying his best to get hold of the fans there. Well, this is pressure at his best. And let's see if Xingtong is going to be at his best as well. The first red is in. Always the most important shot there. Can he miss the yellow? He can't, but I think he's perfectly lined up for that yellow to be taken into the corner. And I don't think he's going to be short on points. The black is the only colour which could say he's out of position massively. The pink is as well, but it's actually going to be beneficial for you. Ooh, that felt close. That felt really close because they don't show you another angle. The yellow there, just about missing the front jaw. 13 points in there. But actually, if he takes 20 points away, he still needs the black there, you know. Otherwise, he guarantees himself a respot. Well, it's not over yet. It's not over just yet. 11 points in it and 5 colours at the table. Make that 4. Brown, blue and pink. Make sure you don't mess it up now. From the brown to the blue, always the shot which you feel like if you get that one nailed on, but then where does it stop? How is the positional shot on the blue? Wrong side slightly, but should be able to recover. And of course, at this stage, he needs to secure a respot. So getting the blue and the pink. Wow, he decided to try and take that cue ball on the journey around the globe. Usually can't go wrong, but he didn't really get anywhere near the position that he needs. So, 1 point ahead. Still smiling, which is very surprising to me. Just shows you how different of a character he is. The pink to guarantee a respot. He's got it. He doesn't have the black though. Wow, I said the black is out of position. It is still all to play for on the black. 7 points clear, and it is going to be the end of a break. Once again, he's smiling about it, but I just have a bad feeling that you'll cost him dearly. I mean, how can you end yourself up in this position? Well, just taking a second there. Zhang wouldn't be able to believe it. Well, you got to be absolutely happy that he's still in this one, although, of course, he needs to win 2 black ball battles. You just feel like a respot black for in the decider in between 2 great friends of Zhao Xingtong and Zhang Anda is something that is going to be very much possible. One of the most incredibly dramatic matches that I've ever seen. I think it's still going to be behind Weeze against Ronnie in the semi-final of the decider in the World Open, but very much down in there. I mean, Zhao is still not having any clue on what shot to play here, which probably just makes you feel like, does he have a shot to play, which will put him into a safe position here? Shot time more than a minute. Well, he's found something. He needs the black to be closer to the ball cushion. Played a really nice shot there. Well, 64 positive, exactly. And that's what I'm saying. Could it be the ultimate script of Netflix, where you're going to have 64 points each, 5 frames each, and a respot black to decide the winner? I'm glad I didn't call this one. And who, by the way, said that Zhao Xingtong has got no chance? 57-0 down. And now Zhang needs to be the player to win 2 block ball battles, and he hasn't played a great shot here, it would seem. He needs the black to keep on running. Well, it's borderline, but I think it's within that window of when Zhao Xingtong can go for the black. Watch out for the cue ball, by the way, because knowing snooker gods, you never quite know. Ooh, close but not quite. The cue ball is going to be safe on the table, but that was very, very close there from Xingtong to making that black into the corner, but not quite in there in the end. And look at the way the black has got horrible safety now for Zhang to play on the black ball cushion. Superb Zhao for B to almost victor from behind. No strike in progress for maximum Zhao. Exactly. Well, Zhang just seems to be a little bit on the back foot, but one shot could change it all. What can he do? Can he avoid the double kiss? He can. And the pace seems to be absolutely spot on there. Puts the black very nicely onto the cushion. And Xingtong knew that one as soon as he was approaching the table. It's now back down to 50-50. But of course it's 75-25. Because Zhao has got 2 of those black balls that he's going to have. In case he misses out on the first one. I don't think he wants to though. I don't think he wants to. Ooh, is this going to have enough power? This is going to be low on the pace. This is a chance. And this is where Zhang surely takes it to the respot drama. Well, I mean, listen, if you can't take this black, I know there's pressure and everything, but you're not going to get a better chance at this against Xingtong. Hello from Iran. Hello, Iran. And yeah. So 7 points here in the mix of the 2 players. 7 points at the table. I've got the finger ready on that 7 key. Can he make it in? And watch out for the cue ball as well. You never know. The black is in. How's the cue ball? It's going to be safe. It is going to be 64 points each. And this is when you're going to be happy when you've made this respot black button. The first time of the season on the stream where we are going to have the respot black. And it is going to be in the match in between Zhao Xingtong and Zhang Anda. Well, listen, if you know everything about drama, think again. Who's going to be the player to break off? Well, Zhang has given the toss away to Zhao Xingtong, so he wants to be the player to break off. Well, then good luck with that. And we'll see what's going to happen. Zhao Xingtong then ready to get us underway. And every single shot here is going to be worth a lot. And he hasn't played this one well. Well, surely it can't be like that. I mean, what a horrible way for it to be. If the first shot, especially after he decided to be the player to break off, especially with how kind these cushions are. I know Zhang is, well, I don't know if he's playing it to the cameras or he's genuinely considering it, but it's a no-brainer. You have to take a shot like that away. And I hope that wasn't thrown at Zhao, as he's got a bottle next to his chair. I hope he just dropped it himself. Well, listen, he would be disappointed, but someone has to be the winner. And therefore, someone has to concede. Nice, the Respot Black announcement. The Respot will be headline news on all platforms. Well, in China it might be, but I think they will lose numbers if Zhang wins. But listen, he's got the first chance in, and he may be the last one as well. Well, that's in, and Zhao is going to crash out. Zhang Anda is going to be through. He still has got a smile on his face, and in the end, the revenge for the World Grand Prix final is completed. It is Zhang Anda. Only needed one shot there on the respot. It's not the ending that, you know, Xington would have been hoping for certainly, but once again, only got himself to blame. As I said on that brown, he needed to get top side of a blue. He didn't. He compromised himself on the blue, on the pink, and on the black. He couldn't quite recover. He should have won that frame straight away. He didn't. On the respot black, he only played one shot, clearly backing himself to play a good enough separation shot away off the cue ball. But I'll tell you what, the China Open is going to have to go through without Judd Trump and Zhao Xington, as both of them now are out in the first round. And, well, what a match, exactly. And that was certainly all sorts of drama there. Thank you very much for everyone that has joined. Certainly was enjoyable to be watching. Not necessarily the enjoyable in terms of the results, but as I said, I think whoever won was certainly going to be deserving it on one side. And then, of course, whoever lost, you have to feel like, how did they not win that particular match? But anyway, it is Zhang Anda that has certainly managed to come back from being 3-0 down, 4-2 down as well, in a very, very nasty decider for him, having to win 2 black ball battles in a row. He was able to do that in the end, as he's now going to be Zhang that progresses through to the next round. And stay tuned in for the next round, by the way. We will have Weezer up against David Gilbert, and we'll have Ronnie O'Sullivan up against Naponte Income. 2 brilliant second round matches. We won't see Zhao Xington, but we'll still see plenty of the action out there. Many thanks to all of you. Special shouts out to Light T-shirt as the moderator. Thank you all for watching. Stay tuned in. As I say, tomorrow we'll be back in the morning in Europe, afternoon in China, for David Gilbert against Weezer, and then straight to follow, Sanghan against O'Sullivan, all to play for to see a potential surprise for the winner of this tournament, as apart from Ronnie, Wilson and Weezer, you feel like whoever wins, he's going to be a little bit of an underdog. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned in, everyone. The China Open does finally seems to be delivering, certainly when it comes to drama. 3 deciders, and ultimately all to play for. Stay tuned in. Thanks for watching.
I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight, we will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight, yeah. We are heroes tonight, we will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight, town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.